You're listening to Ka-Pow, the pop culture podcast.
It is time for the 7th Annual Poobah Awards.
Overture, curtain lights, this is it, the night of nights. No more rehearsing and nursing a part. We know every part by heart. Overture, curtain lights, this is it. We'll hit the heights, and oh, what heights we'll hit. On with the show, this is it.
And now, your hosts, Jordan, Cliff, and Seth.
Tonight, what heights we'll hit. On with the show, this is it.
Speak, O exalted Grand Poobah!
Must be that cokey hat he's wearing.
Hey there, everybody, and welcome back. It is time for the 7th Annual Poobah Awards. This is the award show created by your friends at Ka-Pow, the pop culture podcast, for the best movies of 2023. My name is Jordan Lowe.
I'm Cliff Barnes.
I'm Seth, the titular Poobah.
The eponymous Poobah is here to tell us what was good.
So we whip out that moniker once a year now.
Yeah.
Talk about all the movies. Oh my gosh, I love movies. Hey, speaking of movies, I was going to try to catch up, rewatch a couple or catch another movie or two, which I did watch one I hadn't seen from this past year, fit it in, but I treated myself this year and as a movie lover, and I have been attending Sundance Film Festival online. So this is a pre-report. I've watched 2 movies from Sundance Film Festival. I've got 3 more tickets purchased that I'm going to watch this weekend, and I will report in the next episode what was good.
Didn't realize they opened that up to folks to stream.
Yes, they did. And it works pretty good. But I'll tell you all about it next episode. Just want to let everybody know if you enjoy this movie talk, there'll be a little bit more next time.
So we do talk movies most episodes. We have some reviews or we talk about them, but this is where we compile them. And we also do a lot of top 10s and top countdowns and all this stuff. But this is more than that. This is everything. This is from top to bottom. And we also do, starting last year, we started a few categories, some honorifics to honor different individual performances or moments. So I'll run those down real quick. So be on the lookout. These are the 13 categories we added. Most overhyped, best opening scene, favorite musical moment, favorite action moment, action performance, comedic performance, voice or motion capture performance, breakout performance, favorite supporting performance, favorite lead performance, favorite cast, favorite line, and overall favorite moment. So we are going to honor those nominees as we go and as we talk about the movies. So I felt that just adds a little punch to it to give out those a few more Poobah statuettes.
When we say we liked something, we could say we really liked it. This was my favorite. Yeah, so I mean, it's a lot of movies to get to, but this I take it seriously throughout the year. It's focused me the last several years to really keep track. And again, I have pushed onto these guys. Now I'm going to push onto you. Get the Letterboxd app.
Oh, you guys have this year. You totally sucked me in because over the summer I got the unlimited pass, and at some point I got the Letterboxd app finally and started keeping track of what I had seen and what I liked and and started a list, kind of a running list of rankings for the year. So yeah,
and you got there's a watch list to make sure you keep track of what you're wanting to see, and there's just like it's just so you don't nothing can slip through the cracks on you because you're on top of it, and it's really easy to just go watch a movie and pull your phone out and give it however many stars and write a little blurb about it, and your friends can see it, and it's just it's a fun. I mean, it's really become a lot bigger of a thing than people are using it almost as a dating app. Some people, but hey, find somebody that likes the same movies you do. Anyway, I recommend it.
Kind of an odd off year for movies in my case, at least. So again, this is just what we've seen. There are some, indies and Oscar nominees that are impossible to find unless you're going to a little, niche movie theater somewhere in a bigger city that we don't have access to.
Right.
But so last year I had 44 movies on my list. This year I'm down to 31. So that feels like a pretty significant drop.
Yeah.
I had 8 I saw in the theater, which is probably on par, probably where I normally am. But it's weird. I did my top list, 1 through 31. So I had my categories are great, if you remember. The top are great, and then very good, and then good enough, and then meh. So I had 5 great, 5 very good, only 4 meh. So all the rest were in the middle. Like everything I saw was pretty good. Like there wasn't any terrible stinkers. But I did all these individual categories we're talking about, and I had at least one in every movie in my top 10 slotted somewhere into one of these categories. And I didn't have one movie that had like 6. I think 3 were the most from any one movie. So mine are really spread out. The worst movie on my list still has something nominated in my other category. So it was an interesting to look at how spread out this all was. Because again, even movies that aren't great or we might have at the bottom of our list, there's usually something worth watching or something you can enjoy from it. So again, we're not here to poo-poo any movies. We are fans of movies, so we're just going to give you the full rundown.
Yeah, like when I look at mine and think of all the look and think, I don't have a lot of them rated super high, but I enjoyed watching these movies. But for the most part, I enjoyed every movie I saw, but that doesn't mean I thought they'd go in the pantheon of great movies, Yeah. What about you, Cliff?
I'm totally with you. I did not see, I don't know how many, I don't remember how many I saw last year or the year before, but I know I saw fewer movies this year, but, I counted 27 movies. 17 of those movies I saw in a theater.
That's crazy. Wow. What were you doing at home?
Not watching movies. So yeah, if I wasn't going to the theater, I didn't seek anything out in particular at home. And I think part of that is also because like most of the year we had the HBO Max app, and so a lot of the movies that I had seen in the theater, those were the movies that were coming out on the streaming service. So I was watching, those same movies a couple times rather than like, instead of me watching some made for Netflix movie, and watching theater movies, I was watching the kind of the same ones over and over. Just how it worked out. So, but again, there's really only one movie that I saw that I absolutely did not like. All the rest of them I honestly thought were pretty entertaining for me. I was a little bit more particular about what I saw, so I was, probably assured a higher chance of liking a certain movie. But for the most part, yeah, I pretty much liked the ones I saw. So
yeah, I'm curious how high on my list is the movie you didn't like? Probably extremely high. All right, we better.
I use the letterbox. I'm very like it has to be a great movie to get 4 or 5 stars from me. So like I look at it as 2.5 stars is average. That's a C. That's middle of the pack. Like most movies are going to fall somewhere in the 2.5 to 3.5 range, and that was almost every movie this
Oh, yeah.
year. Because I'm like, Letterboxd is going to help me sort these out. Nope, I gave them all within 1 star of each other. So.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. I do end up with a lot of 3.5 star movies, but I also change my rating like a day or two later. I'll be like, oh, okay, here's really where I've settled on it after I've thought about it. But I can't remember how I've done it in the past, but I know that I feel like I decided a while back that unless a documentary really stands out, I'm just kind of get them out of the way first. Occasionally, I have one that I put way up on my list, rank it against other movies, but I honestly think documentaries, it's not because they're worse, it's because a lot of times I would have them so high, just because it's an incredible true story. It's hard. It doesn't feel like a movie to me, It doesn't feel like it should be ranked against these, and that's honestly why they have them in separate categories and award shows and things. But so I'm going to go through all the documentaries I saw quickly. There was one, David Holmes, the boy who lived, about the guy who was Daniel Radcliffe's stunt guy, and he kind of famously got injured, and it's a really good doc about that. I want to say it was on HBO, but definitely check that out. Like, it's this guy's story and how good of friends he became with that cast. Obviously they were like a family, so really good stuff that I did not know the behind the scenes on. Albert Brooks doc, Defending My Life. I've never been an Albert Brooks guy, but this gave me a little more information about him and kind of see some of his older clips of some of his stuff and appreciate him more.
Didn't he have a movie named that?
It's close to that. It's maybe Defending Your Life.
Oh,
I think maybe it is.
I remember that movie. Yeah.
Judy Blume Forever. Just kind of covering Judy Blume, talking about how everyone grew up with those books somewhere along the line. I had sisters and stuff. At some point read some of her books, and it was all right. Didn't blow me away. Jewel Thief. It's about this guy he's a jewel thief. I think this is the doc that you watched a movie about Inside or something like that. I think that's this. Right. This is what it was based on. I'm pretty sure. So it was pretty good. Glitch. It's the rise and fall of HQ trivia from several years ago, where everybody was playing trivia on their phone at like 9:00 every night. It was swept the nation. It was huge. Had Scott Rogowski or whatever his name was ended up being the host. It was all live, and you could win money, and it was huge for like a few months, and then it fell away. But it was kind of a neat little doc telling all about that. Running with Speed. It was a speed running video gamer documentary showing all these like different conventions and things where people get together and watch these speedrunners, or these speedrunners try to break records on Twitch and things of old video games and do some crazy stuff, and the community surrounding it. I remember thinking I wish they would have sped the doc up a little bit. It kind of drug. The Deepest Breath, about these deep free divers that try to dive as far down as you can and be able to get back up without dying, basically. And it's incredible. It's a really neat to see, true story, and just amazing to watch. Of course, the Michael J. Fox doc that's on Apple, just covering what he's dealing with, with his Parkinson's, and it was great. I mean, he was most important person in the world to me in the mid 80s. So that's a really interesting doc. Not a Golden State Warrior Steph Curry fan, but there was a doc called Underrated that's really good about him. And just, I mean, I got sucked into it just about how he was. Nobody believed he was going to be what he ended up being. And a lot of old footage of him back in high school, college. Couple more. Let's see. Jason Isbell's doc, Running with Our Eyes Closed. He's, country singer. Everybody knows. It was a fine documentary. I liked it. I mean, I like almost every documentary I watch. That's why I watch them. But the only thing I did not like about this was watching him complain about being stuck at home in COVID. Poor guy in his mansion, stuck at home. The best doc I saw recently. It's called Just 1 Mile, and it's about a race in Tennessee where they run 1.1 miles, and it's just really neat. It's like people come from wherever I think they may only allow 100 people to run it, but I don't think they've had like a ton of people sign up, but they start in this one area. You have your little tent and your supplies, but you run through the woods. It's, steep, up, downhill, and it's very, after a while it gets hard on you. But basically you do one loop and you have to be ready to go again, do another loop in 20 minutes. You have 20 minutes to do the loop, come back. You can come back and be done in 15 if you want and rest for 5 minutes. But after 20 minutes, you're starting the next loop. And if you're not there, you're out. And they just continuously run this loop until there's only one person left. And it takes a long time to knock everybody out. And there's one guy at the beginning that's cocky. He won it last year. And it's kind of, revolves around him. And they run the race again. It's just a really good documentary about that. And it's just neat to watch these people push themselves. But I think that's all the documentaries I watched. Anybody watch any docs that's on your list?
I don't. So I may not even record those if I do. But
all right.
Real movies.
Well, just recently, I watched Hot Potato, the Wiggles, the story of the Wiggles.
Yeah.
As a parent of a firstborn child that was obsessed with the Wiggles when he was, probably from 2 to 4. We endlessly watched VHS cassettes of the Wiggles, and they had a show at that time on the Disney Channel. But it just gives you the history of 3 kindergarten teachers and their friend that had been in some bands in Australia and thought it would be fun and started touring around and made this group up and writing songs and just got bigger and huge and became the biggest act in the biggest draw in Australia, and then came over here and all over the world. And it was pretty interesting. It really chronicled, it didn't get too deep in the weeds on the bad stuff, of course, but there were obviously health problems and issues and members that retired and were replaced, and how they eventually became added a much more diverse act by adding women people of color, and then how the original four guys came back during COVID and got back together, and then there were more, health problems, and then they ended up during COVID recording this on a thing for charity, this huge hit in Australia, and then they were #1 again, and it was pretty amazing. And I just had a lot of nostalgia for it because my kid's all grown up now, and I hadn't seen the Wiggles for a long time.
Yeah. Think of them every time I eat cold spaghetti.
Even the Wiggles went woke.
All right, that was so I got through 11 of my movies right there. Oh, I never said how many I watched my 77th 2023 movie today. So, something like that.
There's been years you've been at 100 or right around 100.
Yeah.
So even you're down a little bit.
Yep. About where I was last year, but yes,
But again, we've had delays and things.
Oh my gosh,
were supposed to come out and didn't. And...
Yeah. All right, at the bottom of the written stuff here, let's.
Can't wait. I love the scraping the bottom of the bear.
The bottom. This is the one that I didn't even know what I was going to see. This was the Monday Night Mystery movie where Regal had, it was, I want to say, was it? I don't even know if I had to pay. Was it free for unlimited people? I think I don't know. But I went and I didn't know what I was going to see. I was going to see a movie later, so I was kind of hanging out down there, killing time. So I went in to see the Monday Mystery movie, and it was Ruby Gillman, Teenage Kraken. It actually wasn't. It actually wasn't that bad. What I was awake for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then you took a nap, didn't you?
Yeah, I was snoozing off and on.
Yeah,
it was very DreamWorksy feel.
It looked, and those movies are typically crap. So
yeah,
this looked completely terrible. Even my daughter made a remark of this is
really,
probably the worst thing she's ever seen.
I really did not think it was that bad, but You People, that Jonah Hill, Eddie Murphy movie, it wasn't that bad either. Like,
yeah, I didn't hate it. It was very much a Netflix movie. With maybe just a couple bigger names, but yeah, it was okay.
That's fine. I'm not gonna go into it. This one's pretty low. I don't know if it deserves to be this low, but I just could not get into it, and I was kind of excited for it. Maestro, the Bradley Cooper movie where he becomes Leonard Bernstein, and he puts on the fake nose, and it's got Carey Mulligan. I like her, and he directs it. He's he learns how to conduct for real, which we would never have known whether he did or not. He should know,
right? Yeah,
and it was fine. He did a good job. I just didn't find it very interesting. Like, there was. I'm sure he seemed to give a good performance. I thought it was a little over the top, but for the most part, I just was not interested hardly at all, and pretty disappointed about that. It might be my fault, some of it. Like, I just wasn't for me.
They make multiple movies like this every year that are Oscar bait. It is a biopic about a famous person that a bunch of big name stars change their look. They gain weight or lose weight, and they give these grueling, over the top, Oscar worthy performances. And it's like, it's so transparent that's what it is. It's like, maybe some of that effort should go toward making a good movie rather than your acceptance speech.
Saltburn.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was way higher.
Wow. Well, yeah.
It'd almost have to be, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I didn't dislike this movie. I liked it. So I pretty much liked everything I saw this year. I like movies, but it just was just shock for shock's sake. and some stuff that just it was like a well, I don't know how to describe it. It reminds me of Talented Mr. Ripley.
Very much.
But sloppily thrown together at the end. Like the end was like a different movie. Like suddenly the last 20 minutes, they hit fast forward. Like we ran out of money. So we're just going to fast forward through what we wrote down should happen. And it was clunky. It didn't make any, it was just a different movie to me. For the most part, I liked it at first. I like Barry Keoghan, and and of course got that tall guy, whatever from Euphoria,
Jacob Elordi.
Yeah. But it's Barry Keoghan's movie, and he does a good job. He's one of our favorite things from last year. Like he was so good at Banshees of Inisherin, and this was just like gross in a couple. There's one. If you had grossest moment of the year in our categories, it would be from this movie, like the bathtub.
Yeah,
scene,
that's all anybody has. I've seen anybody even talk about this movie for. So many people have watched it just to watch that scene, and
I have nothing more to say about it. What did you think of this movie, Jordan?
It's in my top 10.
Okay,
but again, that's out of 30 movies. It's top third of the movies I saw this year.
Yeah.
And I gave Barry Keoghan honorable mention as a favorite lead performance because I thought he was excellent. It was it's not his fault what the script did.
Yeah. Well, I would not blame him.
This is the director Emerald Fennell who did Promising Young Woman, which this was getting some hype. So I'm like, I remember I liked that movie, but something happened. So I went back and rewatched it before I watched this one. And that movie falls apart in the third act. Like what they do at the end kind of derails all the good stuff at the beginning. So that's 2 movies in a row now. This director has kind of, because it's a love story. It's a little bit twisted love story. It's a mystery. It's a thriller, a little bit, but without spoiling. Yeah, she basically, it's like if the villain walked in at the end of a mystery movie, like here's what I did and how I did it and why I did it. And just like explained it, like because I'm watching this whole movie thinking, is he doing what I think he's doing? Is this happening? What I think is happening?
Yeah, it was far more subtle early,
right? And you get it, like you.
And yet we knew what it was kind of,
it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't. I would say obvious, but it was. Oh, okay, this is what's happening. And then the movie stops in its tracks and says, "Here's what just happened. Hope you caught all that."
They never needed to do that.
Doing? But I can forgive it somewhat because, like, I just kept thinking about it. I was still thinking about it. Like, there are so many little things of, like, wow, okay. And, it's trying to say something. It's making a statement or whatever. But, and I had this one. This one is one of my honorifics. I don't know if it would make your list on the favorite musical moment. I'm giving it to that final scene. Again, I won't spoil it.
That's your favorite. That's your. This is it. This is your number one favorite
musical moment.
It's something.
Murder on the Dance Floor, a 2001 disco pop track by British singer Sophie Ellis Bextor. That song was trending again after this movie dropped, and you'll know why if you watch it. But it was just after that disappointing ending. This kind of pepped it back up and was like, this is so crazy. It's just Barry dancing. He's just dancing, having a good time. And it was something else. And it's very memorable.
So
I'm giving it favorite musical moment.
Wow. Well, I did. It just seemed like at the time when it happens, I'm just like, why not? You've just like shit the bed at the end of this movie as far as I'm concerned. And then you're like, now we're going to throw this in here and hopefully this will make you forget about the fact that we just did what we did.
It worked for me.
I definitely forgot. I was like, what the heck is this? It was a wild movie. Definitely one of the cultural movies of the year. Like everybody heard of Saltburn. Next one I have Knock at the Cabin. It was more early in the year. One of the first movies of the year was M. Night Shyamalan, Dave Bautista knocking at your door in the woods. Based on the book, Save Your Family or Save Humanity. You got to make the choice. I don't know. I thought it was all right. I remember finally convincing myself, after I thought about like some things I liked about it. There were some clever things at the end, and I always like to give M. Night the benefit of the doubt, but wasn't one of my faves. You guys see this?
I saw it. This was the last movie I saw at our theater here
Oh,
because I had a gift certificate from Christmas. And then we got the bomb drop that we were losing our theater, so I had to go spend it on whatever was out.
Wow.
And a Shyamalan movie was at least worth watching, so I got the one final movie. I ranked it at number 21, so again, bottom of the good enough category. And this was an honorable mention in my favorite musical moment for Boogie Shoes, Casey and the Sunshine Band. There's a reference to it early in the movie, and then they bring it back.
That was something I really liked, about
that. It was just an excellent scene, excellent callback, excellent use of that song that you think is just a fun little moment at the beginning, but it means more at the end. So that was an honorable mention.
Yep, I agree with that. That's good. 65. A dinosaur movie that wasn't Jurassic Park. It's fine. Not what we hoped it would be. It was on Netflix. You guys feel free to chime in if you saw 65.
Adam Driver and Ariana Greenblatt.
Yes.
I had it at 26. Good enough.
Yep.
Sci-fi, whatever. Good enough sci-fi story.
Yeah. If you were gonna see it, you probably did. Linoleum. It's Jim Gaffigan, Rhea Seehorn. It's kind of a weird indie movie, just where he's got a failing children's science show and he wants to be an astronaut, and he's like building a rocket in his garage, and it's weird, but it's kind of it's charming. It has some neat bits to it, but didn't quite live up to what I was hoping it would be from seeing the trailer. This could have been lower. The Super Mario Brothers movie. Perfectly fine movie to take my nephews to, but actually we had a whole bunch of people that went because it was one of the biggest movies of the year. Like, this was probably made the second most money this year. Huge. What a property to make a movie out of. Everybody's been waiting on, but it's just it's just a 3D animation black that didn't look good to me and was just dumb. They could have done so. It's the good example of how not to use a property cleverly. But
I don't know. I had this at 15, so it's like not quite halfway on my list. I liked it. I didn't have. Honestly, I probably had pretty low expectations for it.
Right.
So it definitely exceeded the expectations I had for it. We saw this in a really nice theater, a big theater up towards in Triadelphia, and with Carly and my wife, and yeah, we all enjoyed it. It was kind of the first big movie of the year, so I remember liking Charlie Day in it, and Jack Black was fine. So,
oh yeah, is that your music moment? Peaches?
No.
Peaches. Yeah, it was whatever. Good to take the kids too. Spoiler alert. was the name of a movie. It's fine. It was Jim Parsons, where he's got his partner has terminal cancer. It's got Sally Fields in it. So it's just a true story made into a movie, and that was fun. Quantum Mania. We all saw that, I'm sure. It's down here this far on my list. I don't even need to talk about it. You guys talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I actually had Mario above this by a few, but yeah, had it at 18. We talked about it. It was, kind of had some Star Wars elements to it. I liked it. I thought it was fine. Had some funny stuff to it. Some weird sci-fi aliens, rebels against the established bad guy type of thing. I'm always in for that. I thought it was
Seven Holes. That's a good moment.
Yeah, it was funny. So, yeah, a lot of funny little lines in that one. It was fine.
I have it at 16, which is pretty much exactly the halfway point. There's a few superhero movies ahead of it. There's a few beneath it. It was that exactly just middle of the road to me. I haven't watched it a second time. I don't know if it would go up my list or down my list, but just first impressions, that's where I landed. But I did give it credit. The screenplay category for favorite line, one of my honorifics here. Cassie talking to MODOK, and she says, "Don't be a dick." And he says, "It's too late, Cassie. It's never too late to stop being a dick." And that stuck with me. That's a line the world needs to hear.
I did like MODOK.
Never too late.
A lot of people hated MODOK, but I thought that was Corey Stoll, Joe Rogan looking MODOK was good.
Yeah,
I like that. Next I had Totally Killer. Was just a kind of fun little slasher movie with Kieran Shipka and Julie Bowen, where it's like a time travel thing. She goes back to 1987 to stop the killer, and it's just got a bunch of 80s stuff, and it was fine. Napoleon. Saw this the day before Thanksgiving. Joaquin Phoenix as Joaquin Phoenix, and Vanessa Kirby was Josephine, and it was fine. This is Ridley Scott doing battles that never happened and just doing whatever. I didn't learn anything about Napoleon. There was some cool scenes in it. I'm not saying there wasn't, but it. And I love Joaquin Phoenix. He was great. I don't know how much he was anything like Napoleon, but there was fun stuff in it. I don't know.
If he wants to be Napoleon, let him be Napoleon.
Yeah, maybe if we get a director's cut of that, we might get something special. Pinball, the man who saved the game. This was Mike Feist as the dramatization here of the story about pinball and how the guy fought for the game. There's so many fans of pinball machines, and they were like, it was considered gambling. You weren't, they've like banned them, and it was like his fight in the courts and stuff, and to make free the pinball machines. It was all right. In the same vein, Tetris was on Apple TV Plus. This was Taron Egerton as the guy who saves Tetris. I don't know. It was about Tetris. They were trying to get Tetris made. Now there's Russians involved. It had a real Americans feel. The show, The American, there's a lot of like Russian intrigue and stuff. And again, it was fine. I didn't hate it, but we're down here pretty far on my list. I'm just going to group these all together here. This is not anything against Wes Anderson. I like this. I like him. He had this group of shorts on Netflix There's the Henry Sugar, Swan, Ratcatcher, another one. They're short little stories. They're road doll things, and they were all pretty good. None of them totally blew me away. It deserves to be higher than this, but I just didn't know where to put them because I'm not going to rank them all separately and count these 15-minute things as a movie. So check them out. They're short and totally worth investing 15 minutes here and there when you don't have time for something longer. You are so You are so not invited to my mitzvah. Adam Sandler movie with his daughter. And the main character in it.
Yeah, it was good.
I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it.
Dina Menzel was his. She just plays his wife in things. Like she was his wife in Uncut Gems, and she's his wife in this. And yeah, I liked it. I thought his daughter was good in it, and it was just like totally a tweener.
Yeah, I had it at 19, right between Ant-Man and Hot Potato, the Wiggles movie.
Yeah. Yeah. It was fine. It was whatever. It's just the equivalent of trying to have your super sweet 16. They do that for their bar mitzvahs, and I don't know. It was cute. I don't normally watch his Netflix movies, but I caught that one because people were saying it wasn't too bad, and it wasn't. Reality. Have you ever heard of Reality Winner? I guess that's her name. Really?
Leak the documents.
Yeah, she basically leaked classified documents about Russian interference in the 2016 U.S. election, and it was a big news story. And this movie stars Sydney Sweeney as Reality Winner, and it's the day that they go to her house to search, and the entire script is the actual words that were said that day, which was the neatest part about it, is them acting out the actual recorded dialogue. So I don't know. It was just neat to know that what was said was what was actually said. It wasn't somebody wrote, this might be better if I write this or that. It was what they actually said. So that was cool. So it's worth watching for that. And I thought she did a decent job. Theater Camp. It's on Hulu if you have Hulu. Have you heard of this, Cliff?
I watched a little bit of it.
Did you stop?
Yeah, I didn't get all that far into it.
I did, but I went back. I returned to it. I'm glad I did.
It looked really good, and I don't know. Maybe I wasn't in the best mood for it at that. It's a
mockumentary.
So yeah.
It's a mockumentary. If you have a kid that was ever in theater or anything like it, you don't even have to be. You can all we've seen enough stuff like to vibe with the nerds or the people that aren't into sports and go into art and like to find their friends this way. And but it's a mockumentary, so it's got Ben Platt and Molly Gordon. It's got I don't know how to say her name, but the girl from The Bear that just won all those Emmys.
Yeah,
Io Edebiri is how it's spelled.
Yeah.
Amy Sedaris is basically this woman that has this theater camp, and she gets sick at the beginning of it, and her son has to swoop in and try to save the place. And it's Jimmy Tatro, and it's the guy from what's the name of that? I loved that show. What was it? Oh, I'll never find it. There was a show, maybe it was a movie, I can't remember, where he painted the dicks on stuff. And it was like I can't remember. He was so good in that. He's good. But this movie is like, it's just joke after joke of like, you watch a little bit of it. It gets old.
Yeah, it lost me pretty quick.
Yeah. Anyway, I couldn't get
American
into
Vandal.
Yeah, American Vandal. Yeah, and great stuff. That was great. But anyway, this is all just like all the tropes of theater, and over the top stuff. So it was fine for a while, and then I just shut it off. Well, I returned to it, and I'm so glad I did, because this is not my musical moment of the year, but it's dangerously close. Like, there is a part in it where, like, Molly Gordon, who is supposed to be writing the final song for the play they're putting on, and they just are throwing together a play basically about what's happening. The theater, the camp, the woman that runs the camp is sick, and how everybody has to come save it, and there's making a play about what's happening. And she is supposed to write the final song, and Ben Platt gets on her. Well, what is it done? And she's like, well, yeah. She has to come up with something real quick, and so she just kind of looks around the room and is kind of making up this song, and it's horrible. Like, she's like, boy opening a Snapple, or girl opening a Snapple, boy looking down. She's just looking and saying things out loud, and about how camp isn't home, and then at the end of the movie, they have made it this awesome song.
A girl with an open Snapple, a boy who's looking down. All the faces.
Like, it's just an incredible end to this movie. Like, I was so impressed. You definitely should go back, try to find where she makes up the song, and then watch just the end of the movie.
Just watch that. Yeah.
Just watch that song. Like,
Glass isn't alcohol, it's something more profound. And the holes aren't holes at all, of course they're trees and lakes and birds.
it's got a good. It gives you a good feeling and stuff, and I thought it was a real treat. I was so glad I went back to it. Still, it's down here, but I really enjoyed that part of it. A Man Called Otto. This was a remake of A Man Called Ove, which was I want to say, I'm not even going to guess. It's a foreign movie from a few years ago. This time they got Tom Hanks as the curmudgeon, where he's, disgruntled with his neighbors, but, constantly telling them the way they should do things and this and that. And they just are nice to him anyway. And it's fine, but it's supposed to be heartwarming, and it is here and there. Not one of his best. Dumb Money came out this last weekend. Was the quick turnaround on the news that happened. Has it even been 2 years since the GameStop thing, where they were short?
Yeah, that was yeah. Not very. Doesn't seem like very long ago, but
yeah.
I remember
it probably was pre-COVID.
Every time I saw the trailer for this, I kept thinking, "Oh, I'd like to see that," and then I would forget about it until I saw the trailer again.
If you want more information about what happened and stuff, it's neat, and it shows, like, it basically follows it. It's got Anthony Ramos and Paul Dano. It's
who's the
Shailene Woodley is his wife, and I don't know why I can't think of the girl from Barbie that's in it. From Superstore.
Oh, America Ferrera.
Yeah, she's in it too. Anyway, it follows a bunch of people that also invested besides the main guy, and I didn't pay attention to the news story. I was like, got bored of it real quick and didn't trust it. And after watching this, I was like, why didn't I buy some GameStop?
Yeah, it was wild.
It seemed like it was just like a big news story where these people did it, but it's like we could have done it too.
Yeah.
So dumb.
One of those David and Goliath stories of the little guy trying to finally get the upper hand on the big tech bros. And,
Seth Rogen's in it also, and other people. A Good Person, Zach Braff directed movie back when he was dating Florence Pugh. It's her, Florence Pugh, Morgan Freeman, Molly Shannon. It's a indie where Florence Pugh's character was in an accident where someone died, and she, it's them dealing with this guilt and stuff like that with her, dealing with the guy's family and stuff. It's pretty sad. Nothing did blow me away. The movie I watched today, You Hurt My Feelings, Julie Louis-Dreyfus. She's a novelist, and her husband is a therapist, couples therapist, and it was kind of a neat movie for a movie full of people that are terrible at their jobs. Like, she's not a good writer, he's not a good therapist. Basically, no, I don't think there was anybody in it that was good at their job, and it was kind of just neat to watch a movie following people that suck at what they do. Normally, you don't see that. You see people like, I can't make it. I wrote this book, and I'm, if people just buy it, how, it's like, what if it sucks? What if everybody's just telling you it's good? And I like her. It was perfectly pleasant, but nothing great. Now we're getting to the meat here. Transformers: Rise of the Beasts. I know at least Cliff saw this. Did you see this, Jordan?
Man.
Still hasn't seen it.
Wow.
Was that a moment?
I haven't seen anything past, I think, the first Transformers movie.
Oh yeah.
This as far as Transformers movies goes, this was a good one. This was the best one I've seen in some time. And I think it's out on Amazon Prime right now.
It is.
Yeah. But I mean, I really enjoyed it. I just thought it was a fun summer action movie with robots and
one of the
Anthony Ramos.
Biggest theater reactions of this past year for me was seeing this in a packed theater and totally being shocked by the ending. Like the entire audience going, sucking the air.
Nobody got it until
like, is this really happening? Like that other people in this room give a shit about this.
Yeah. I had it at 13 on my list.
Yeah.
So, pretty high up there for me. And it was probably a little higher for quite some time. I just, like you, I really enjoyed going and having the theater experience of this movie. So
it was a candidate for best moment of the year. Just because it was
shocking.
It was stupid, but it shocked me. I was not expecting that. And from here forward, I was going to tell you, it's you had last year to watch these movies, so we're going to be spoiling some stuff when we talk about these movies. Like, right.
Yeah.
You can shut this off if you we don't care. This is us. We're talking. But so I'm just going to go ahead and spoil that. Like that where they reveal at the end that, there's a G.I. Joe and that, they basically recruited Anthony Ramos has been the human working with the Transformers. Well, what if he got in as G.I.? He's a human. He could be a great G.I. Joe guy, I was just like, what?
Yeah.
They go down into the pit.
Yeah, the pit, and so cool when he flips that card over, and I was just like, no way.
I know. I was like, that was not what I
No
thought
way.
was going to be in that card. Not what I thought.
So fun.
But man, that was worth the price of admission.
That sounds a lot like the Energon universe currently playing out in comic books at your friendly local comic book store.
Yeah.
Should we knock out some of these ones Seth hasn't
Sure.
seen here?
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, my worst movie of the year. I swear this has happened multiple times. The last movie I watch, trying to squeeze one more into my list, ends up being
Yeah.
the worst movie, and that's
Just
exactly
a total
what this was.
turd.
Well, you got to find a worse one. You found it today.
That was a week or so ago, but it was Fool's Paradise on Hulu. This was the one written and directed by Charlie Day, who I adore.
Oh, this was another movie I started and turned off.
It was. I will not recommend you go back to it.
Not return.
Yeah.
It seemed he has written episodes of Sunny, many of them, and I know he can write. So I don't know what happened, but this just didn't work. It was a satire about Hollywood. So the first scene is funny. He plays a mute. He doesn't talk through the whole movie. He's like Charlie Chaplin, just kind of bumbling around. And at the beginning, there's a doctor saying, with time and intense therapy, we might be able to help save this man. And he goes over all the grueling, what it will take to get this man back healthy and back into society. And it's like, but he doesn't have insurance, so we're putting him on the first bus out of town. So, haha, okay, that's good. So he gets off the bus in Hollywood, and then it just becomes a series of he meets Ken Jeong, who's a publicist and is desperate for a client, and people just keep talking to him, and because it's Hollywood and they're also full of themselves, he has no response to them. But he keeps he gets cast in a movie, and he becomes famous, and he marries Kate Beckinsale, and he has these scandals but it's all being projected onto him. And Charlie Day is a good actor as well. He was good in this as a silent film star, but it just was silly, and it didn't say anything about Hollywood that we don't already know.
Yeah.
So, but I did, even as the worst movie, I gave an honorable mention for comedic performance. Adrian Brody, he plays a movie star opposite, and he's just the most conceited, my method. He's very method, and he's a jerk, and he's awful, but he's the best part of the movie. So Adrian Brody was excellent as awful actor, if you can believe that.
Never heard of it. It's weird.
I think it's fairly recent on Hulu.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Yeah, well, I didn't watch it.
It's such a generic title. It's probably been right in front of my face and never paying attention to it.
Right above that, I had Meg 2, The Trench. Jason Statham back fighting a megalodon. And the first Meg was pretty good. I enjoyed it. It was an dumb action monster movie. And so Meg 2 comes out, all right, there's, the trailer had him fighting a giant squid and all this crazy stuff. But it didn't do the Fast and the Furious thing where okay, the sequel needs to be crazy and we know what it is. The movie was still trying to be kind of serious and have family drama and all this stuff. It's this is not what I want. I want it to be exponentially crazier, and it didn't do that. Then I had to get the obligatory Bigfoot movie on here, The Bigfoot Trap. That just came out. I think it was Showtime. That was the one. Well, I had Showtime. This is a very no budget indie movie about a guy who is a Jordan Klepper type journalist who goes and talks to people and gets funny reactions and gets a bunch of clicks for his website. So they send him out to talk to these guys who believe in Bigfoot, and he's going to go on a hunt with them. And they have built a trap out in the woods that they've been baiting for weeks and tracking this Bigfoot in there. And so it's fish out of water thing. So big city guy meets rednecks, and you think it's kind of going one way, but it kind of swerves back another way. So it was clever. It was pretty well written as far as Bigfoot movies, as far as zero budget Bigfoot movies. But again, it's the limitations of amateur actors and amateur directors. But it was worth a watch for any Bigfoot fans. And I assume you swore you were not going to watch Shazam! Fury of the Gods.
I kept that promise to myself.
Okay. Cliff, how high was this on your?
This
as
is
a
my
fan of the first movie.
This is my worst movie of the year.
Ouch!
Wow,
I was worried I was going
nailed
to
it.
offend you having it in my
nailed
bed.
it.
Talk about a steaming pile of crap. This was a huge letdown, in every way. Just, I did not like, I can't remember anything I liked it about it other than, the two actors that play Billy and Freddie as mortals, as kids, basically, even though they're not really kids anymore.
Asher Angel and Jack Dylan Grazer.
Yes. They're fine. I thought they were great in the first one. And they're still fine. I mean, they're a little too old for the parts at this point, I think, but still, the rest of it's just horrible. I did not like any of it. So,
yeah, once again, it's taking what should be a kids movie with a very kid-friendly concept, and they made it weird and dark, and like all these monsters were mauling people and ripping limbs off, and like, and then it was also boring. I don't know how a movie manages to be dark and violent and also pretty boring.
Yeah. Yeah, it was not good in any way whatsoever. Nothing could have saved this movie, I don't think. Just terrible.
Those are all for my meh category. So everything above this was good enough. Okay. So I assume this was higher on Cliff's Blue Beetle. So this was the bottom of my good enough category. So wow. I know you liked it more than I did for sure.
Yeah. I have this movie at number 3.
I wouldn't have been surprised if he said number 1.
Yeah. Like, I absolutely, this was the DC movie I wanted. I loved it. I've watched it several times since then. Still really like it. It still works for me. Not the greatest. A lot of the times, especially with the DC movies, you get a really good villain. This doesn't have the best villain or villains in it, but it's good enough. But the Jaime stuff, George Lopez is really funny in it. And it's got Haley Steinfeld, and just the nostalgia I have.
What's she in that movie? I didn't see her in there.
Yeah, she plays Ted Kord's daughter.
I never saw her in the preview. Are we talking about the right movie?
I'm not sure. We might need to fact check that.
We have fact checked this. Wow, I didn't know we were fact checking.
But I did give I gave George Lopez an honorable mention for comedic performance because he's very good in this. I've never watched his sitcoms or anything. I'm not a huge fan of his, but I thought he did a good job for the character they gave him for sure.
Yeah. And I thought it was pretty on beat with the comics as far as the costume design, the effects went, his powers, all of that worked for me. And even though this is a movie that does not have Ted Kord in it, it's got so much that hints, the whole movie is based on that history. Ted Kord existed. Ted Kord was the second Blue Beetle. All of that DC stuff that I love is essentially in the movie. And it's just begging for a sequel to go, to get further down.
She's Jenny Kord?
Yeah, Jenny Kord.
How many times did you see this movie and you thought it was Haley Steinfeld?
Oh, who was it?
Bruna Marquezine. Someone I've never seen before in my life and doesn't look anything like Haley Steinfeld. This was before he got the glasses.
Yeah, right? That's true. I have not watched it since I got glasses. That's true. But yeah, I just it hit all the right notes for me. I loved the soundtrack on it was great. It's such, the 80s neon kind of Miami Vice colors and everything. It just all worked for me. And
I did not see it, but the reason I didn't watch it is because of how generic they had made that character. Like, I hate people just whipping out a whatever they want is the most generic idea to me. I just hate that, especially I know very little about Blue Beetle, but like, I just know, like, reading Infinite Crisis and thinking how cool the character was.
Yeah.
And all that. And it's like, not this, it's not this like us. I have a suit that can do anything, and it's like
that
bleh.
was how I'm sitting there watching it, and they keep hinting at Ted Kord, this guy who invented these crazy gadgets and all this technology and disappear, and like his life seems way more interesting than this kid's, who can literally do anything.
Yeah.
And it's like I want to be watching a movie set in the 80s about this dude Ted Kord we keep talking about. So I'll be interested to see him come back. I certainly didn't dislike the movie. It was fine, but to me, just the origin story, the DC-ness of it all, it just sort of didn't work for me. But I'll be interested to see him come back if he's part of this James Gunn version of the DC universe.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. And Ted is, top hero, top two heroes or characters for me in DC. But I do, Jaime's been around long enough now. I think, his story's been fleshed out in cartoons and comics and now a movie. Like he's an established character in that universe that's been around, and he's a character that, it's not just, oh, he's the new Blue Beetle, he's fancier, he's whatever. He has a representation of his culture and where he comes from that is, much needed in today's comic world. It's not just, I love Ted, but it's not just a powerless white guy that makes cool things.
Right. It's mostly the genericness of the whole suit thing that can do anything. I want more.
Well, I get that, and you guys don't have any probably much history with that character and the whole alien backstory and all that. So, yeah.
True. I may watch it someday. I'll just jump back here and do a few. Let's get. I got Showing Up, Kelly Reichardt directed movie. Watched a couple weeks ago. It's on Paramount. One of her, she did First Cow and Meek's Cut Off and all those good movies that just like sometimes it feels like nothing happens, and sometimes I like that. So just
I love movies where nothing happens.
Exactly. Like that. When it's her, I just expect it. So I don't know. I give her a pass because there's movies I don't like. I'm like, what? Nothing happened, and it annoys me. But then I watch it again and like it, be like when my expectations are lower. Well, I go into Kelly Reichardt movies with my expectations low as far as that. And this was another one like that. This was just, of course, it's Michelle Williams because that's her favorite, and Hong Chow, which she's great. Andre 3000 is in this one. But it's just about an artist. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to get too much into it. It's about a struggling artist and nothing happens, but it was pretty good. Okay, here's one Jordan and I both watched. The Creator. Gareth Edwards directed. This is the one with John David Washington, Gemma Chan. And it's a sci-fi movie. Why don't you talk about
it? This was my number 10 movie, so top 10 for me. I watched this entire movie thinking that this was how they used to make movies like this every year.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't cost $100 billion to make. It didn't have,
but it looked like it.
It had some names in it, but it wasn't, all-star cast. It wasn't a Marvel movie. It wasn't a James Bond or Mission Impossible. Like, we would get, you get an Independence Day or whatever in the 90s. But there were like, every year there were a couple movies like this too, that were like cool, big sci-fi movies that weren't sequels or remakes of anything. So I thought it was cool. Gareth Edwards, he did Rogue One, right?
Yes.
I think that was it. So it felt like that kind of, it was the future, but everything was kind of,
dirty,
retro and gritty, and like, it wasn't a shiny 2001 kind of future. But it was very generic. It was the one, you know, we got to protect the kid who could save the world or destroy the world or that kind of thing, or some AI technology, like blah blah blah. It doesn't. The plot didn't matter too much to me, but I really liked the feel of it. I liked the vibe. I liked the effects were great. What it was, I'm sure a lot it was CGI, but it didn't look like CGI. Everything looked like it had weight to it. And like if there's like a line of robots, you know, I think of the Star Wars prequels, like a line of clone troopers all look like they're computer animated. But this, like, one would be leaning, one would be squatting, one would be sitting, like everything just looked so good. And I gave it a honorable mention on my favorite action moment, the bombing scene where they're trying to protect this bridge, and they have these robots who are just like living bombs, and they're these they look like rain barrels or something. They're just these big round robots, and you turn them on and they run at the villain, or they run at the opponent, and then at some point they blow up. So it was them it was a very cool concept for these robots, and I thought it was a really good scene of, you know, this unstoppable robot looks like a linebacker running straight at you that you know is about to explode. And like, what do you do with that? That was cool. But I gave favorite action performance. My winner was Allison Janney from this movie, playing a character you've seen before, the military commander who's given the hard orders. Like, she was so good in this as the take no crap, you know, military person who's been around the block.
She was Stephen Lang from Avatar.
Shipley, it's Howell. Answer the phone. Shipley, I know you're there.
Colonel.
Taylor, where's Shipley?
I'm with him right now. He's in pretty bad shape.
All right, listen to me. Did you locate the weapon?
Yeah, it's here. I'm with it.
Describe it.
It's a kid. It's a kid. They make it into some kind of kid. That's the weapon.
What?
Colonel, look.
I can't reach you. You have to bring it to me. Do you understand?
No, Shipley can't move. I mean, he's not looking good at all. Police are everywhere. I don't know how I'm getting out right now. I don't even have an extra strategy right now.
Then you know what you have to do. Kill it.
What? Look, Colonel, How?
Take your word.
This movie was Avatar. Like, he didn't have a limb. You know, they're taking over. I agree with everything you're saying. I thought it looked great. They had some neat concepts. They had some cool doohickeys here and there. And 15 years ago, I would have thought this was freaking great. But where AI is at now, it's not the movie's fault, but I expect more right now. Right at this late hour, I need something more from AI, because first off, of course, it's just a kid. This robot has to be a kid, so we connect with it, want to save it. And I did, as much as they had like a couple neat things with the robots, every AI, no matter what they looked like, whether they looked like a human or a robot, they all were the same. They all had the same things. You know, there was not anything special about them. They all had the same objective. And it's like, if that's not giving me how they could be, how AI is special or anything. This is just making me more think it's all the same. Like, they all are just, I don't know. It was not a bad movie. I like I said, I like pretty much everything I watched this year, but I felt that concept is so old, but it looked so good.
I would definitely be on the side of the people trying to blow up the robots. Don't worry.
Good. Well, that was a test.
Kids or no kids. These robots got to go.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. Let's see here. How to blow up a pipeline. It's about how to blow up a pipeline. Don't Google it. Although I think that was kind of the idea of why they called it that. So if we get a bunch of people, it's kind of it's kind of like the filmmakers, I think they want you to go out and blow up a pipeline. And so if we are all Googling that, maybe they won't be able to follow us all. But it just shows like that it's a, group of people trying to do that, and how they pull it off. And it was a neat, honestly, a neat movie. It's on Hulu.
I saw that on there, but I thought it was from 2022.
I think it said that, but it's most people have it on their list for this year.
Probably
I
opened
don't
at a
think we
film
were
festival
able.
or-
I don't think we were able to see it in 2022. The Covenant, you saw this. Guy Ritchie's The Covenant. Actually, probably the best Guy Ritchie thing I've seen in a long time. Except, it's just Jake Gyllenhaal, warmongering here. He just a guy was in the war, and they had the Afghani interpreter, and there's always they get these guys to be their interpreters and then hang them out to dry. Well, one time they don't, and they made a movie about it.
Right.
Basically,
we got it right once, and we're gonna celebrate.
Yeah, that's basically the movie. But it's pretty good. Like it was pretty good.
It was, the action stuff was great, like the firefights and the desert scenery, like it was really intense. And I thought about giving my breakout performance award to the guy who plays the interpreter, Dar Salim, but he's been in like 50 things.
Yeah,
I've seen
him before.
He was Quotho on Game of Thrones, apparently, which I didn't know.
Yep.
And the Devil's Double, that Saddam Hussein movie. So he's been in a ton of stuff. I just never seen him before, but he was great as the the native guy who's hated by his countrymen for helping the Americans, but it's going to be his ticket out of the country and be able to start a new life in America if Jake Gyllenhaal can just save the day.
It was not bad. Like I did enjoy it. It was on Prime also. Leave the World Behind. This had a real knock at the cabin door or whatever feel to it. It's like Julie Roberts and Ethan Hawke are staying at some Airbnb, some super awesome Airbnb, and some people show up at their door wanting to come in. It was on Netflix. Like, it's a Netflix movie that's pretty high quality as far, like, I think what I enjoyed most about it was the effects. Like, there's some pretty neat scenes with like big bombastic scenes that I thought were well done, and the idea, it's kind of an end of the world scenario that kind of petered out at the end, but it does encourage buying physical media. So I stand behind that. Like, what are you going to do if the world's ending and you can't access your digital library anymore? Need your physical media. Just recently watched this about a week ago. Beau is Afraid. Ari Aster's latest movie. Craziest freaking movie I watched this past year. It's Joaquin Phoenix. His darkest fears come true. It's basically like this heightened perspective, how he sees the world, how he's been messed up by his mom, basically. I mean, people could have, I don't know even for sure how I'm supposed to interpret this movie, but to me, it was just, this guy's messed up. His mom messed him up. And honestly, but the further I got into the movie, I was like, this is all really happening. Where I thought most of it was in his head, I think by the time I got halfway through it, I started to think this was all happening. And I was able to accept it more and understand the story more. Like, if I just said, hey, maybe what they're saying, this is happening. It's not just in his head what his mom is saying. And, this, if you have sex, you're going to die. And, and how that has affected his whole life. But there's some great stuff, like great effects. So one of the coolest things I saw in a movie this year was somebody slide a note under his door and it slid all the way back to his bedroom. I was like, wow, that was amazing. I loved it. It was really cool. I liked it. It's a struggle, but freaking has some great moments, and Parker Posey is amazing, and I could not recommend it to anyone because I wouldn't want them to hate me.
I have not thought more about a movie than this entire year. Like, I'm still thinking about it, of what I liked, what I hated, what in the hell was going on. I have no idea. I had it at number 7.
Yeah.
It could have been higher. It could have been lower. I don't know. But it affected me in such a way. And it's Ari Aster. I should have expected weird or out there or creepy or whatever. But it had me so hooked at the beginning.
Yeah.
I was so into it. It was, again, it's a heightened reality. It's his perspective of this city that he lives in. And it's the worst place on earth. You can't go outside without somebody trying to stab you.
It's definitely just feels like your dreams you've had.
Right.
Like, I can't dial the phone. I can't get back into my house. I can't,
You forgot your keys, and some people just start walking into your apartment because it's like, oh no. So I was so on that wavelength of like, yes, this is so great. And it was just nonstop pushing forward, going of just him, like that Uncut Gems, just like everything is awful right now, and I'm going to have a heart attack. And then it became something completely different, which was kind of cool as well. But it just, it never regained what it had at the beginning.
Yeah.
But then by the end, it kind of brought it back around, but I'm still not quite sure what was happening. But I'm giving away all my awards, guys. These bottom of the barrel, we're not even to the top. But
I'm sorry.
I gave this honorable mention to the 2 women who played his mom, Zoe Lister-Jones as the young mom and Patti LuPone as the older mom.
Yeah.
Knockout scene when he finally confronts her, like, outstanding work. And I gave Joaquin Phoenix favorite lead performance. I'm not as big of, you said you're a big fan of his. I'm a little more take it or leave it, but I think what he made the movie for me. What he did. If any other person in that role, I don't know that it would have even been as watchable, but he as just a pathetic, weak person, but also like that guy finding his way and just and emotional. Like he gave a heck of a performance, so I'm giving him the top spot as my favorite.
Oh yeah, I totally see it. I'm surprised, honestly, he wasn't nominated for an Oscar or whatever. Just the whole time he's staying with Nathan Lane and Amy Ryan. It's like, that is such a dream stress. Like, you need to be somewhere and you can't get there. Like, I can't get there. And they're just holding you up for like no freaking reason. It's just so stressful. Like, I agree. I was with it through all that. And there's that, I don't know, third quarter of the movie that really starts to drag and get monotonous, and you're not sure what's happening. But I think they bring it back towards the end, and the stuff with his mom. It's something. I'm glad that somebody makes these. These are movies. I'm glad this stuff is out there. I want one of these a year that I can be like,
challenge.
Yes, it is. I'm sitting down not to enjoy this. This
movie is actively trying to hurt me.
Right. That's what it was like. It was painful. And this is not like, again, this is a tier. So there's movies I'm going to say after this that I did not like as well as that. But let's see. The Starling Girl I watched. This was, I don't know if you guys ever heard of this girl, Eliza Scanlon. She was in that Sharp Objects show. I think it was probably on HBO with Amy Adams. But she's a good young actress. But this is basically a movie about a girl in a very religious family and religious congregation, and she is seduced by her pastor, and it's a pretty good movie. I'm just gonna go ahead and get to this one. This is my honorifics, my most overhyped movie of the year. It's Netflix darling May December.
How do you choose your roles?
I want to find a character that's difficult to, on the surface, understand. Were they born or were they made? It's such a pleasure to meet you.
You are so sweet. We're so happy to have you.
Thank you for doing this. It's so generous.
Well, I want you to tell the story right, don't I? You're taller. You look taller on television, but we're basically the same size.
Well, basically the same.
Feels like things just settled down, and now y'all are making a movie.
It's a very complex and human story.
I think it's hard to trust that you're going to represent Gracie as she was.
I'm going to try. Do you remember when you first met?
You came to the pet store looking for a job.
It was summer after 6th grade?
Seventh.
Why do you want to play me?
When they sent me the script, I thought, here is a woman with a lot more to her than I remember from the tabloids.
What would make a 36-year-old woman have an affair with a 7th grader?
People, they see me as a victim. I wanted it.
I already have an idea of what it must have felt like.
What?
Sneaking around with you. I shouldn't have said that.
Why would you want to play someone who you think is a bad person?
It's the moral gray areas that are interesting.
He's getting on my last nerve. He's just everywhere I look.
Why can't we talk about it? If we're really as in love as we say we are.
Insecure people are very dangerous, aren't they?
You're crazy.
With
cheekbones.
With cheekbones, yes. It's all cheekbones. Natalie Portman, Julianne Moore, and old cheekbones himself, Charles Melton from Riverdale, Reggie, pulling his most hilarious prank on everyone.
Almost getting nominated for an Oscar.
Almost getting nominated for an Oscar. Like, wow.
You did it, Reggie.
He's pretty good in this, but Todd Haynes, I liked it, but there's so much hype. I'm so glad that it got snubbed for the Oscars completely because people were so hyped about this and just like, oh, it's just the greatest thing ever. I'm like, what? It was fine. It was funny. I thought Natalie Portman way overacted in it, and I saw so many people raving about this performance she gave, and I was like, no, settle down. It was just too much. But it's basically about a May December, referring to a May December romance where it's an older person and a younger person, and Charles Melton. It's basically the Mary Kay Letourneau story, where she, abused him in high school, got this boyfriend and ended up marrying him, having kids with him, and now his kids are going off to college, and he is a still very young man and not sure how to deal with that. And that's why he's getting rave reviews for his performance, because he really is a sympathetic character and does a good job in a few scenes. And I thought he was the best part of it. But and Todd Haynes is weird and has a heightened score and quirky, funny moments in the movie that are memeable, but didn't blow me away.
If we were gonna do a bet back in the day of what Riverdale actor was most likely to break out and have a award-worthy career, I don't know that any of us would have picked.
I wanted to smack somebody the week that this came out because people were raving about it, and all these journalists were writing articles and would say stuff like, well, yes, he's famous for being on the show Riverdale. Obviously, he was always the best part of it. And it's like, man, nobody has ever said that. No one has ever said that.
Only somebody that's never watched Riverdale.
Right. That's exactly. They all showed their asses that they never freaking watched Riverdale. There is a great clip.
What a bunch of losers.
There's a great clip in one of the interviews where the three of them are sitting there, and the interviewer asks Natalie Portman and Julianne Moore if they've ever seen Riverdale, and they're sitting there with Charles Melton, and they're just like laughing, like, no, no. Even after this, we never went back and looked at Riverdale. So funny. Anyway,
this is a movie Kevin Keller would love.
Oh yeah. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
Where'd you have this at?
I think I'm somewhere around 40 right now.
I've got it at 20. Not huge enjoyment for me.
I have it at 8, but like I said,
this is probably about actually mid 30s here. Mid 30s here.
Yeah.
Out of 80 movies. Okay.
Saw a lot fewer movies, but yeah, I mean, I went to see this by myself in the theater, and it was a pretty packed house, but I had a really good time again watching this in the theater, getting the full experience. Of course, I love the score and all the old John Williams themes, and
yeah, he's up for another Oscar. Cliff, if you got an Oscar, if you got 2 Oscars every year for the next 25 years, you would still not have as many nominations as him.
Yeah. And then he's announced he's coming out of retirement.
Yeah, why not?
So
that was long enough.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there obviously as a movie in general, there's a lot of plot points if you think about it a little too hard. You're gonna see a bunch of holes in it and stuff like that, but that's not what I was there for. I just wanted I wanted the redemption.
He's always been that pulpy.
Right.
Like, there's people who hate Temple of Doom because it's too monkey brains and stuff. It's like that's what I go to those for. Like, that's great. Yeah. I don't care about the.
That is literally the thing that got me interested in Indiana Jones was the monkey brains.
So yeah, maybe I was perfectly fine with it. Pretty fast pace, but it's an 80-year-old man out there trying to play Indiana Jones, and that's pretty much what we got. I mean, no matter how advanced he does
it better than De Niro did in The Irishman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'll take your word for it.
I rewatched that and it sucks. Don't listen to anybody who tells you The Irishman is good.
No, I thought it was fine. I think they could have taken a little longer, and maybe some of the post-production audio, because some of it he does look like a 40-year-old Indy or whatever, and he has the voice of an 80-year-old man. We remember what he sounded like when he was younger.
I didn't, honestly, I barely freaking noticed that. So many people talked about that, and I was like, what?
I noticed that more than I did the making him look younger computer-generated stuff. So at least on the initial watch, but yeah.
Yeah, that scene on the train I thought was great. The car chases were great, jumping from car to car to motorcycle. Like, that felt classic Indy, but anytime it wasn't action, it just felt like it drugged to me. And it didn't start with the Paramount Mountain logo.
Yeah.
Every Indiana Jones movie starts with the mountain, and then it becomes
totally
part of the shot.
agree.
Like, how do you break that tradition?
You are crushing it with this kind of detail, because I love a good. I want to see a focus features before a certain movie. I love all that stuff. certain movies are supposed to have certain things, and that was supposed to be there.
I had rewatched all 4 of them right before, so I'm sure I had just refreshed my memory. And even King of the Crystal Skull is like an anthill or something. It's like they even like so it's like come on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I thought it was fun. I kept thinking I was gonna watch it again. And I never found the time, so someday I will. Miyazaki came out with another movie this year, The Boy and the Heron. This was we went and watched this in the theater. Incredible animation, hand-drawn animation, like just beautiful. It's, it's got the dub, all these Robert Pattinson was voicing the heron, and why am I not thinking Luke Skywalker? What's his Mark Hamill. He did voice in there, and it was a beautiful movie. It was up for an honorable mention for opening scene, also for just a beautiful. This is like post-war, a lot of post-atomic bomb stuff going on, but it's just a interesting movie about basically dealing with the loss of his mother, and reflecting on Miyazaki puts his own life into this, and this is supposed to I don't know a lot about him, but they act like this is just even more than usual him reflecting on his own life. And I like the idea of the movie where there's a little it's supposed to be very emotional, but I don't know that it all translates sometimes what the message or the emotion that he's going for, to at least not to me. Sometimes just the animation is so crazy that I'm like, what is even happening? These creatures are so weird. It's like I can't get into certain parts of it. Anyway, I thought it had a lot of potential. I didn't totally love it at the end, but it's Miyazaki. It was freaking gorgeous. I couldn't put it lower. Like we really did enjoy it, but I don't know. I wish I just feel sometimes I watch something like that, I feel dumb, like I didn't get everything I wanted to get out of it, but I don't know.
I'll mention another animated movie I saw.
Okay.
That was, pretty much bottom of my list, but it wasn't bad at all. Legion of Superheroes, just a DC movie, came out, was released. Just typical, just introduction type movie of the Legion, and this one has Supergirl in kind of that traditional Superman role. Instead of him, it's her. Only thing I really didn't like, the story's fine. It's pretty, it's very comic booky, of course, as it should be. But the animation's a little, I'm not a big fan of that style of animation DC has been putting out lately. It just feels cheap and very amateurish. So that's why it was at the bottom of my list. And then another couple other ones I saw towards the bottom. Just recently watched this on Amazon Prime, but Champion, starring Woody Harrelson, based on a true story, I guess. He's a kind of washed up basketball coach. Gets in some trouble. Is sentenced basically for community service. He ends up coaching a team of special needs players, And of course, you can pretty much predict it. He's kind of creepy and not a good dude at the beginning.
I saw the trailer and I could not watch the movie. Like there was something in the trailer that just was so stupid or cringy that I was just like, no thanks.
Yeah, Woody's not the best part of this movie, but the young actors that portray the basketball team are very entertaining, and they come off as very genuine and likable.
I believe that. I might give it a chance because I do think there's only so many roles that they have a chance to play, and this is a great vehicle to see some of these people get to act.
Right.
And usually it is very genuine, like you're saying.
Yeah.
And
they make so few of this type of movie. And there's been some unfortunate ones in the past where they've had regular actors portray people with special needs. So
look at you, Johnny Knoxville.
Right, exactly. So on that level, I thought it was pretty good. And then did either of you guys happen to see Priscilla after Carly and I went?
It is still $20 to rent.
Okay, yeah.
I checked every week. It comes out at late February. It'll be on something for free, but too late, Priscilla.
Yeah. I had it at 21 this year.
Poobahs for Priscilla.
It's a pretty good movie. I did enjoy it. Of course, it's based on Priscilla Presley's own book. The vibe of the movie is so cool. It's so much. It achieves so much where Elvis did not. That came out the year before.
Oh yeah, I did not like that. Very well.
That was not good. I did not enjoy that at all. But this movie feels way more authentic.
I want to see it.
Yeah,
got a tall guy in it.
The way it focuses, the main character is Priscilla. It's not Elvis. It's not an Elvis movie, and it does not portray Elvis in a very favorable way at times. It feels a lot more true.
It's hard to.
Yeah. And, so it was pretty good. Carly loved it. She was very excited to see it. And I think she's got the poster hanging up in her room now from this movie. And she was very high on it. I liked it. So
good. I'll check it out. All right. The Flash. I got Flash right here.
In no way was the Flash better than Blue Beetle.
Okay, well, I didn't see Blue Beetle.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm telling you.
I'm not accepting Flash hate in this. I liked the Flash. I thought it was pretty good. I liked Supergirl in it. I liked Michael Keaton. I liked the babies in the microwave. I liked all of that. That's how I like my babies.
So,
like that scene that got so much guff and people like, oh, I can't believe it. I'm like, there's only so many special things the Flash can do. Here is something that is not a job for Superman. This is a job for the Flash.
Yeah, Flash time.
Yeah, so I don't know. I thought it was pretty good. I thought Ezra Miller was pretty good playing off himself, and we talked about this before. But anyway, I had a good time.
I liked it. It just wasn't that high for me. I actually had a couple things. Best opening scene for me. I debated. I went back and forth with Wonka on this. But that opening scene with the Flash, I think it's the best part of the movie.
Well, remind me, I can't.
When he's going to the coffee, he's got to go to the coffee shop and he's waiting.
That opened the movie.
Yeah, he's very jittery and it's not the usual person that makes his order. And at the same time, Batman's in his ear, like, Barry, come on, Barry, I need you now. Come on, Barry. And he's doing, this very kind of ballerina movie out in the street, and it's very dramatic. And then they have the teenage girls that are fawning all over him. And
honestly,
I have not seen this movie again.
And until now, looking back at my review, I'm just gonna probably slot in here because I don't remember anything else like totally blowing my doors off as far as action moment. This would be my best action moment is all the Batman stuff in this.
Yeah,
It's the
that stuff's
best, most whip ass Batman stuff I've ever seen. And if they could do some of that stuff in a Batman movie, like I'd be all about it.
I gave Michael Keaton the honorable mention in action performance because a lot of it was just old man in a kitchen talking, but
but
it may have been special effects or a stuntman, but anytime he was in that suit was something else. That was a nice throwback to.
I mean, honestly, I liked Batfleck and Keaton in this.
Yeah.
Like I thought they were both really good.
I agree.
The other thing I have on this movie, as far as our categories go, is also most overhyped. This was the most overhyped movie.
I agree. I think I am guilty of that.
Yeah,
I thought this was going to make a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. Totally overhyped
not.
for what we got. And what we got wasn't terrible, but I mean the hype for 2 or 3 years, all we heard about
this is a good vote for most overhyped because it totally was. It totally was. Yeah, I forgot about the hype. Tried to forget about the hype.
I had it 4 slots higher than Blue Beetle. So.
In your face.
Can't get mad at me there.
In your face.
I haven't rewatched it. I saw it in theaters. I haven't rewatched it. I've seen it on there a million times. Thought I should probably rewatch that. And I just haven't gotten to it.
It's
but
not.
I did.
It's not nearly as good on the rewatch as it was in the theater because those special effects with the babies and all that are just they're cringeworthy at times.
Yeah.
But this one did win one of my awards for breakout performance. Sasha Calle as
100%.
Wonder Woman. I didn't know her from anything. Apparently, she was in 276 episodes of Young and the Restless.
Oh, okay.
That's what she's
I'm
most
go
known for.
back and watch those.
So playing that darker version of Supergirl. Apparently, from what I just saw today, she is in talks to play Supergirl in the Woman of Tomorrow movie that is in production.
Yeah.
So she might get to come back in this role, but I don't think anything is official yet. I wouldn't mind that at all. I thought she, again, for an actress I didn't know from anything, she was probably the highlight of that movie for me. Second only to Michael.
She was
Keaton.
awesome. She was awesome. Freaking look super cool. That suit was an incredible design. And she, that and the haircut she had and everything, that look and her performance was freaking awesome.
Okay.
No Flash hate from us here.
Nope. Gran Turismo, the movie about
the video game,
real life story about the people that played the video game and then got to go out be actual race car drivers, and that's freaking awesome. And this really happened, and they actually pulled it off a little better than they did in the movie in real life. So it was good. It was a good, fun movie. I liked it fine in this tier. I'm up to my number 30, so it's crunch time. My number 30 is Air, the Ben Affleck directed movie about Air Jordans. Another one of those movies about a product, and it was pretty good. Pretty good. It had Viola Davis as Michael Jordan's mom. She did a good job. Matt Damon, Jason Bateman. Like, it's got all the pieces. It just didn't quite reach its potential for me. I wasn't as blown away as some people were, but I did enjoy it. I like rousing Matt Damon speech as much as the next guy.
Did he wear a Nike hat?
I don't know. I can't remember. But
I had it at number 12. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I thought, all the performances were very enjoyable. It was fun.
Yeah. Ferrari. Saw that a few weeks ago. Michael Mann directed. got Adam Driver as Enzo Ferrari. Penelope Cruz had a really good performance in it. Honestly, she was the only one that really felt authentic. The rest of it kind of felt like people doing fake Italian accents. Like, I don't know why you get a bunch of people that aren't Italian and do some fake stuff. Like, it was fun. It had an honorable mention for I like cars and stuff, so it was cool just to see that stuff and see this side of the story. I liked Ford versus Ferrari, that movie, which is a better movie. And this is the other side of it where they're trying to go to Le Mans and you had to win that to get people to buy your cars, and everything works out. That they're rich, yay. But as far as honorable mention for action, there's a wreck in this movie. Like, there's a wreck in the previews that just looks very CGI-ish and stuff, but there's more stuff in the movie, and it doesn't look great as far as, it's not perfect CGI or anything, but it's a very, you don't forget this wreck. Like, it is a real thing that happened, and like, I've thought about it several times, like how, what happened, and it was everyone, you definitely gasped when you see this on the big screen. So that kind of pushed it over for me into having it up this high. And rolling on with product here, we got BlackBerry. It's about BlackBerry, about the guys that came up with BlackBerry, and it had, it's got, I like Jade Baruchel. I know you like Glenn Howerton. Even had a Rich Summer sighting in this one, friend of the pod. But it was just another one. I enjoyed it about as well as I liked Air. It was almost there for me. I know there was a lot of talk about, thinking Glenn Howerton was going to be Oscar nominated for this. I didn't personally see it. I didn't think it didn't blow me away or anything. My biggest remembrance from this movie is the terrible, terrible, terrible hair pieces. Like, no one's hair looked like realistic at all. So it was a joke, but the actual movie was very enjoyable. I love these kind of stories. So
yeah, please. It was an interesting look back at that time, and a reminder of like, oh yeah, there was a time everybody had pagers and people wanted the next thing. Like, right. It was good for that, and I had it one slot above Air, basically interchangeable for me. I actually saw it. AMC broke it up into 3 parts and aired it as a 3-episode miniseries. I'm like, this isn't what? It's a movie. What do you do? I didn't understand it, but I watched it over 3 nights on AMC. I assume it was all the same thing as the movie. It was edited it was edited to have a beginning, a middle, and an end of each episode.
I wonder if they had some extra footage they added or whatever. I was gonna watch it, but I don't have that. I don't have that.
And I did. I gave Glenn Howerton a honorable mention as favorite supporting performance, because he is, he's very well known from that show being a certain type of character, and this was definitely a different avenue.
I could see that. Yeah, if I had been used to him. As one thing. Yeah, it's good. It's good. These are all good from here. Cliff, you saw this. The Iron Claw. This is the true story of the Von Erich brothers. I watched Jared Lowe had talked about, the Dark Side of the Ring episode was so good. So before this movie came out, I went I
got a little history on it before you.
Yeah, I looked it up, watched that episode like the week before this movie came out. Which, I don't know whether I should have watched it before or after, but I don't think it mattered. But it was good. I liked it. I what I mean. It's a sad story. It's hard to say this is a good movie because it's just like so depressing.
Mm-hmm.
It's so depressing, and it as depressing as they made it. And talking about all these freaking brothers dying, they even left out a brother.
Yeah,
there was a brother that died. They didn't even put in the movie.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like because it's too unbelievable.
You know, yeah. No, it was. Carly really was hyped up to see this movie.
I
Like
bet.
she anticipated this one for a long time, so we had to go see it. I was a wrestling fan especially as a kid, as many of us were in the 1980s, and I remember coming home from school some days and watching reruns of the Von Erichs versus the Freebirds on ESPN. From years, several years after those matches had that feud happened, but it was still, to a kid was very entertaining, and so I did know some of the history about the brothers and what happened to them, and the movie's not. I don't know how historically accurate it is, but
pretty accurate. Except like these guys are not big enough.
No,
the guy from the Bear,
yeah,
Jeremy Allen White, Kerry Von Erich, I guess was like as big as The Rock. Like,
yeah, he was huge. I really felt like Zac Efron and him should have.
I hope he likes his new
roles.
head. I hope whatever HGH or stuff he took to get that ripped was worth it, because
he claims
his head is shaped different. His jaw, he's got like
he's had reconstructive surgery.
It's ridiculous.
He looks so weird. He claims it's from an accident. He had to have the surgery done and all this stuff. But because I was the same way. I asked my daughter, I'm like, what the hell happened to Zac Efron? And she was like telling me all this. Oh, he had to have, and I was like, sure.
I didn't hear that. Okay, that makes sense. I thought he just like grew.
No, he totally looks like a different person. Yeah, and the hair was so terrible that he just looked awful. But I really thought.
I mean, he did a good job.
Yeah, he did.
I felt bad for Zac Efron in this movie. I was like, dang it, man.
Yeah. This is the whole story. Of course, is from the viewpoint of Kevin Von Erich, and as the surviving Von Erich brother, but I really like the actor, and I don't know what his name is that played Fritz. I mean, I thought he was really good.
McElhaney.
Yeah, he was really
from
good.
Mindhunters, and which was a great show.
This is a movie that had another great opening scene. The black and white scene with Fritz as he was wrestling way back in the day, and showing they really did live they had a camper that they lived in, him and his wife, and I think two kids at that point were driving around the country or the area and just living in parking lots and stuff. So
yeah, I enjoyed it. It's just too depressing to really say, yay, that was a great movie.
Yeah, I had it at 17, which felt about right. It was a good movie.
Out of 20 something.
Yeah, out of 27. So there were 10 movies that were worse than this. So yeah, I don't know. It's not a movie I want to watch all the time, but
nope.
But it was good.
Are you there, God? It's me, Margaret. Is up this high. This is Rachel McAdams, Abby Ryder Fortson, Kathy Bates. It's just like Benny Safdie as the dad. I believe that it was like. It's just the book brought to life, and I thought they did a good job. And Rachel McAdams is always delightful. She's the mom, and I again, it's one of those books I remember my sisters having as a kid, and I would read anything I could get my hands on, and I like that as a give your young sons, Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, or any of these kinds of young girl books, and they can learn something. But I thought this was a really good adaptation, very enjoyable. I would recommend it to anyone. Very fun movie. I can't believe you haven't seen this. I can't believe, Cliff, are you there, God's me?
Yeah. Well, I didn't see a lot.
You
of
remember
stuff
this stuff?
Oh, I remember. I remember the book, but I didn't see the movie.
All right, Scream 6. I like Scream. I'm a Scream fan. Another good installment. It's like I keep waiting for them to really blow it. I think they're pretty much done now. There's had so much controversy in the last few months. Whatever they do, it's not what they were gonna do after this. But this was another good installment. It's more of this new group that they got from the previous movie, and last year it was a hit, and it was totally fine.
That's what hurt my viewing of it, was thinking it's Scream. What do I need to remember from the last movie to, I should get the gist pretty easily. But there's continuity and there was characters that return. I'm like, crap, who are these people? Like, I had a hard time remembering who was who.
Right.
And I also was bothered a little bit. Again, it's Scream. It's not realistic in any fashion, but I feel like everyone in the movie was stabbed at some point.
Oh yeah.
And they were all fine. They all got up and ran. They all fought back. They all did, like, knives go in and get twisted and you get dumped on and it's like, 5 minutes later, like, they're back and they're okay. It's like, that's not how knives work, guys.
Yeah. The Marvels. I enjoyed this. Thought it was pretty good.
One slot above Flash. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, hell,
Jordan hates superhero movies now.
Yeah.
That's the walk away.
My standards are impossibly high.
This is number 24 for me. So
22 for me.
Yeah, I had it at 11. I liked it.
Yeah. It was a delight. Yeah. I definitely went in with extremely low expectations, so everything was a bonus.
Yeah.
And the young girl, you know her name, Cliff. What's her name?
Miss Marvel.
Yeah, she does a really good job.
Yeah.
I'm giving her another award. I'm giving her favorite supporting performance. Amon Vellani. Because to me, without her in that role, like, this whole movie might fall apart. Like, she is the glue.
It would not be. It would never. It would ruin Marvel. They'd never make another movie if she was not in that. Like, she's saving them right now.
Yeah, I don't know if she's the best actress of the year or the best whatever, but she was the MVP. Definitely.
She's the best fan.
I'm giving her. Giving her best.
She loves what she's doing with it. So.
Yeah, she makes. You're allowed to be a fan. And watch this movie. Heck, you can be in it.
I know that this situation isn't ideal, but it is actually nice having people on board again. It gets pretty lonely out here.
Anytime you need company, I will be there. I will drop everything. I will drop high school.
Don't do that. But can we start again? Hi, I'm Carol Danvers.
I'm Kamala Khan. But when I'm fighting crime on the streets of Jersey City, I go by Miss Marvel, and I hope that's okay, like, copyright-wise, because honestly, I never thought I'd ever get to meet you, but now that it's happening and we're, like, touching each other, I've realized I should have asked permission. So, twinsie.
Past Lives. This is Oscar nominated. I didn't love it as much as everybody else, but I did really like it. It's about this girl that lives in New York City, I believe. Honestly, yeah, New York. She was. I can't remember what country. I don't just want to say China. I can't remember what country she left, but there's so many people that have immigrated and had to leave behind their lives and they're friends, childhood friends, and never, potentially to never see these people again. And it's one of those situations, what could have been, what kind of life would I have had if I'd never come to America? And she's kind of faced with that because the childhood friend that she was separated from, along with everything else, tries to find her and hooks up, up with her through Facebook and wants to come see her. And it's just like being confronted with that reality of what, what is different about your life and what probably her, just leaving all that culture behind, who she is, who is she now, and what could have been with this person. And it's good. I just have a little bit of I don't like what could have been. I do. I love time travel stuff like that, but I don't like couples that look like, well, what could have been if I'd been with them? It's always going to look better than what you got, because it can be, you're only going to look at all the great things about what could have been if I went, so it always wins. That always wins, Anyway, that, just all about destiny, what choices you make in life. But hey, in the multiverse, you get to do everything. So who cares? It's a good movie that you'll see a bunch of clips coming up for the Oscars, I'm sure. I can't remember what all it got nominated for. I'm sure she was nominated. I rewatched the movie the other day because I had a terrible theater experience earlier in the year. Creed 3. I saw it earlier in the year and thought it was fine. It looked horrible in Athens. I barely see what was happening. So I watched it on Prime last week and it looked much better, and I really enjoyed it. So it's just another installment Creed, and we got, of course, the baggage along with this, Jonathan Majors, who's really good in it. He's a good actor. It's a shame that he ruined it, his life and other people's lives. So too bad. But it's a good movie where a guy from his past, a childhood friend, comes back and wants to fight for the title. It's totally ridiculous. But the thing is, they found the one guy to play the part that could make you believe it, and it doesn't seem quite as ridiculous because Jonathan Majors, he's a freaking ripped and such a good, was such a good actor. So I really thought it was good. It has a little bit of anime. They really like anime, and Michael B. Jordan's famously a fan. So there's a little, he was directing this, so he got to put a little anime spin into it at one point. But it's my least favorite probably of the 3 Creed movies, but it's pretty good. We all saw this, Guardians of the Galaxy. Talk about it. Where you got it? What do you think of it?
I've got it as the number 2 movie of the year.
I had a feeling you'd have it pretty high up there.
I just rewatched this.
21 for me, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, I still think it's pretty great. The story as a whole is pretty great. I love these characters. I've talked about that. I think it's I don't think it drops off at all from that initial theater experience to streaming it at home on Disney Plus. Yeah, great story. Love the characters. I think the plot's great. Great ending for the group. So happy that nobody, major characters died.
Yeah. I have not watched it again, so I have been wanting to.
Yeah, I have
the only movie I did rewatch. I rewatched it this week because I felt like I wasn't giving it a fair shake, and I think it went up my list because of the rewatch. I have it at number 6.
Hmm.
I just
Wow.
I know as we always do, we nitpick to death when it first comes out, but then I mellow over time, and I love these characters.
Yeah.
I didn't love the weirdness of the first 2/3 of it a lot at the beginning, but it didn't bother me as much this time. Like I said, it was just a good send off. I liked these characters interacting with each other. I gave it this was Rocket's movie, and I gave that an honorable mention as a voice performance. Both Bradley Cooper and Linda Cardellini as Rocket and Lila are the heart and soul of the movie. Like her love of Rocket, and being that sweet innocent
so sweet
animal group that he's with, that it just rips your heart out. And it's their performance. Although it's a little silly, they like de-age his voice when he's a little baby Rocket. It's like, that sounds a little weird, but Bradley Cooper was giving it his all there.
Yeah, I have I have several Poobah Awards for this movie.
I have one. Let me
go ahead.
Let me get my I just because I honestly didn't know where to put this, what award to give it exactly, but I'm just gonna give it best line, my favorite line, because it just made the way it made me feel.
I bet we were fun.
You wouldn't believe.
When she said, "I bet we were fun," and I just was like, it just went through me, because that's just that makes you.
It's a great moment.
Think of so much. I just love that. Like, you wouldn't believe, he says. And
I agree.
I love that.
Probably my second choice for line of the year. But couple things for me. Favorite action moment was that hallway fight. I love a good hallway fight, man. The Guardians.
Well, if I had the same thing, that was my top moment of the year.
I figured at least one of you would have that.
Yeah, where they're working as a team, but yet showing each character is kind of showing off what they can do. And it was amazing. The angles they shot it at, and just it made it look like all one shot as they go down through the hallway.
They trick you into thinking it's one continuous. Yes. And there's several moments that look straight out of comic book panels, like the way they pose the characters. Like, it was just, yes, it was a little cheesy. Yes, the music was a little on the nose, but it was very effective. I loved it.
Yeah. Also, I am totally with you. Bradley Cooper as Rocket Raccoon was my voice performance, or mocap, or whatever you want to call it. Man, this was totally his movie. He carried it well. Such a hard thing to do, to be a lead as a animated character, not in an animated movie. So I thought he got, as the movies went on, or the character appearances went on, he was always good, but I thought he got better every time he did it, and making that character come to life. So yeah, totally Rocket's movie. That line he says also,
they will all die if we don't help them.
I'm done running.
I'm done running towards the end of the movie. When they're all like, let's get out of here. He's like, I'm done running. This is it. So, great thing there. And then, I'll save one for later. So we'll mention it again, but good movie.
Yeah, probably Should have said him for voice. I totally forgot. It's been so long since I saw the movie. I remember really thinking how good he did. But I'll just do it for another one later. At number 20, I have Dream Scenario. This is a Nick Cage performance. Neat concept. I'm sure you saw the trailer where he is a professor, just a goofball, and he starts showing up in people's dreams, like around the world. Like people are seeing him in their dreams. They don't even know him. There's some guy just standing there, you know? And he becomes like viral. It's definitely all a commentary on being viral. You are suddenly pop up and everybody knows who you are, sees you and loves you, and then how quickly everyone can turn on you. That's the movie. It's a really neat idea, and it's Nick Cage. He pulls it off. It's very, it really reminds me of adaptation, not for any other reason than it's Nick Cage and it has that Kaufman vibe to it. But I wanted to like it more. I thought I was going to love this movie. Like, I started out so good and I loved the dream sequences. And the, people meeting him and just like not knowing they know him from their dream. He's the guy from their dream, but it's like they have expectations for him in real life that he cannot live up to. So there's so much of that I love, and I really want to watch it again someday whenever I watched it, rented it, and then like when it was you had to pay $20 or whatever to watch it, but we watched it over Christmas. But anyway, I want to watch it again because I think the last third I didn't love, or it would have been higher. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem at number 19. This is where I had my voice mocap for Ice Cube.
Yeah, it was good.
Yo, come on, y'all. Let's get the goods. Yo, what? What the? Y'all some little tortoises, huh? Look at you. Y'all adorable, man. Bad Bernie got some turtles on the payroll.
No, we don't work for Bernie. We're here to find you.
I can't believe there are other mutants like us.
This is wild. I mean, this is crazy. Like, let me guess. 15 years ago, right? Some sludge was dumped in the sewer, and y'all came from that.
Well, we prefer the term ooze, but yeah. It's like more like, it's just nicer. It rolls off the tongue better, yeah.
Ooze.
It's nice, right?
Ooze. I like that. I like ooze. So look. That same ooze made me, okay? My dad, Baxter Stockman, he's the one who dumped the ooze down the drain, baby. So technically, we cousins.
Oh, we're related.
Hold up, cuz.
Cousins. Have no immediate other than I've always wanted a cousin.
Well, look at you now. You got a bunch.
I thought he was a good villain. He just has a very distinctive voice and did a good job. What do you guys think of this movie?
I gave the award to the 4 kids. Voice performance: Micah Abbey as Donnie, Shimon Brown Jr. as Michelangelo, Nicholas Cantu as Leonardo, and Brady Noon as Raphael. Actual teenagers.
Yes.
Who were good and interacted, and like their dialogue was great. The interplay between them was great. So I'm giving them the voice performance of the year. This was my number 1 movie.
Wow, number 1. That's okay. I had it high too, Jordan. I had it at number 6. I thought
This was I drugged my feet. You guys were way more excited when we did our anticipated movies. Like, I was like, yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. And it's the highest. I gave it the highest grade on Letterboxd of the whole year. And I just kept moving my list around. I'm like, there's no movie I enjoyed more than this. There's no movie I had more fun at than this. So I just left it at number 1. I'm fine with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I had this was my favorite cast. Those kids you just mentioned, Ice Cube, Jackie Chan. I thought it was, Seth Rogen. I thought it was great. Just all the way around. Such a, very surprising how well this animated movie was done. Obviously they took it such inspiration from, I feel like, from so many iterations of the Turtles, over they've been around for decades now. But we're able to make it unique, and honor that tradition at the same way, just updating it and making it, even the story, it's the ending of it was so different than anything I've seen Turtles do before. So
yeah, I like the art. I like the my expectations were, I'm trying to think of the phrase. But it was what I expected, when like you got all the normal bad guys and then you're not fighting them. They're fighting alongside them, and we didn't even have, Shredder, so
yeah.
We'll definitely be getting another movie. Good stuff.
I just realized I missed one.
Uh-oh. Go, what is it?
Well, just going back to Guardians real quick. I had favorite supporting performance at his name is hard, but Chawundi Iwuji, that played the High Evolutionary. I just thought, man, that was a great villain. Even in the long list of great Marvel villains, I thought his performance was actually really strong. I mean, he really went for it in that movie, and was all the villain they needed. Such a neat thing, we talked about when we reviewed that movie, the first one, being the storyline about Peter's mom, the second one, with the $5 being about his dad, and this one, just being about yourself and healing yourself and from your past. So it's a neat thing, that, it's a popular trope now. They talk, you hear so much about the second half of your life. I'm 45 years old, and the second half of your life just being about healing from the stuff that happened in the first half. So it was a neat thing Guardians did. So yeah, but I thought he was great. So before we go any further, I better get that out before I forget.
Yeah. Number 18, I think, John Wick, Chapter 4. I should call it, they call it Chapter 4 because there will be a 4-year-old in the theater watching it with you.
You will be assigned your own 4-year-old.
Yeah, that's the movie I went to, and somebody had a little toddler age person in there watching John freaking Wick. It really messed me up. But this is the best John Wick, in my opinion. Like, I thought this was good. It should have been called John Wick: Doorbells, Nunchucks, and Stairs. There's a lot of stairs in this. Him doing his weird Keanu Reeves run up the stairs all the time, and he freaking learned how to use nunchucks, and that was cool to watch. And Donnie Yen and Rina Sawayama are both amazing in this, like, just whipping ass. Really freaking pulpy kind of ending that I don't think they totally pulled off, but it was close. It was good. So I'm not totally into these John Wick movies. I like them. The first one was a neat novelty, and now every movie has this kind of action. And I mean, as a huge the Raid fan, like, I like this type of stuff. It's slightly different this stuff's slightly different. But people, people are like, this is the greatest action ever. I'm like, you go back and watch The Raid. But definitely good. Definitely good. I dug it.
Jordan, have you seen any of those John Wick movies?
I think I've seen them all except the newest one.
Okay.
I enjoy them again well enough for what it is.
I hear people talk about them. I haven't seen any of them, so.
Yep.
Just wondering.
It's definitely influenced all current action movies coming out because everyone who worked on those movies is now producer, director, stunt coordinator on other stuff. So all the movies are trying to be John Wick.
True.
Did either of you guys see The Machine with Burt Kreischer after we talked so much about it over the summer?
Is that your number one?
Not my number one, but I thought at this point, I don't want to bring it up any higher. I don't want to make it out for what it was, what it wasn't. But I finally did watch it a while back when it came out on Netflix. It was a huge hit on Netflix, and it's a pretty good movie. So it's a comedy, and there's some action stuff in there, and some twists and turns I didn't expect. Kind of the premise of the movie, I thought it would be one thing, just a retelling of a story, and it was a bit more than that. So a lot of the majority of this movie takes place after that story. So but it was pretty good. I for his first movie, I like Burt, and it's definitely worth a watch. I thought it took one on the chin from critics, and that it probably didn't deserve. So I had it at 12 on my list.
I got a couple I'm sure must not be in your top 15, so you must not have got to them either. But my 24 was Renfield. You didn't see that one?
No.
Okay. One Nicolas Cage movie per year for the Poobah.
Yeah. I saw the preview and was like, no.
Yeah, again, it was my 24 movie. So Nicolas Cage is Dracula, and Nicholas Hoult is his servant, Renfield.
It sounds like it would be good to me. It's not my genre of movies, but it sounds like it would be good.
Yeah, I agree. There was a moment where I was like, yeah. And then I saw the preview. I was like, Didn't look like it was for me.
Yeah, I don't know. It tried to be everything. It tried to be horror. It tried to be action. It tried to be comedy, and it wasn't quite hitting all those notes. But I enjoyed it. It was worth a watch. And Nicolas Cage was having the time of his life. Being super Nicolas Cagey, over the top fun. That 18, I had that Inside movie with Willem Dafoe, which I didn't recommend to anyone, but I enjoyed it well enough, and I gave him a honorable mention as lead performance because, again, he's basically the only person in the movie, and you're watching him for 2 full hours, and he has to carry it all off. He's the art thief who gets trapped in an apartment and is there forever, and it devolves into a weird existential crisis. At 14, I had Evil Dead Rise, which is the most recent remake of the Evil Dead franchise. I love the originals. I love Bruce Campbell. This is not quite that. It is crazy violent, lots of blood and gore and guts and fluids. But they did a good job humanizing the characters. Like in most of these kinds of movies, it's teenagers go to a cabin, they all start dying. This was about a family. And it was you actually cared about these people. So when they started getting ripped apart, it was very rare in a horror movie. It's wow, I actually really like these people. And I gave it an honorable mention for best opening scene because it starts out in a cabin in the woods, and there's a lake, and it starts with the Sam Raimi zoom that made famous, the Steadicam zoom that Sam Raimi invented. And you think it's, the horror's coming out of the woods. Oh, no, it was just a drone. It was a kid playing with a drone. So, oh, that's clever. And then it just all kicks off right off the bat. There's some horrible stuff. And then this monster, murders somebody, throws them in the lake, and the monster rises out of the lake And as the Deadite is rising, like the text "Evil Dead Rise" like rises up behind the horizon for the title card, and it's such a great shot. It's like it's a gorgeous shot of something horrible. So it was just a really good opening, especially horror movies really got to nail their opening to get their audience, ready to roll. And this one definitely did it. But again, not the fun Bruce Campbell horror. It's a little more, just brutal and nonstop, blood and guts. But it was, for something in the Evil Dead franchise, it definitely carried the torch.
Yeah, I've got, I think I've got a few on here neither of you guys probably had seen. Anybody watch Elemental?
Nope.
Okay, I didn't figure so. Pixar, Disney's Elemental we thought was going to be a huge hit. Made some good money, just had a bad start. Word of mouth got out and people really liked it. I didn't love it. Middle of my list, but the animation's really good. As Pixar, it should be. They've got the money, but story was fine. It just the characters themselves didn't do a whole lot for me. After that, Wonka, just the last movie I saw, just last weekend, came out at the end of the year. Timothée Chalamet. It's a musical. It's a very good musical. I enjoyed it a lot. It's if your memory is of Willy Wonka is that Johnny Depp piece of junk, this is so much better. And it's a prequel to essentially a prequel to the Gene Wilder classic. And Timothée Chalamet's really good in it. I was impressed. He
There's no R in there.
Oh, there's no? Is it Chalamet?
Yes.
I like Charlemagne.
I know.
Suddenly remembered my Charlemagne.
Right. That's what I was thinking the first time he said it.
Shoot. So this my daughter saw this and then said you guys need to go see it too. So we all went. She saw it for the second time last weekend. And yeah, really cute.
I was gonna go. I was gonna take the boys. We could.
They would. I think any.
They wanted
like
to go.
Yeah.
We just never could get our schedules right.
Yeah. The story's pretty original, but it's got it looks as there's a lot of stuff in there from that Gene Wilder movie. So, pretty cool in the book, of course. The last one I'm going to mention right here is had a great opening too, like I said. But the Haunted Mansion movie, had a number 4 on my list. Loved it. My family loved it. Even amongst Disney fans, I saw a lot of criticism about it. People did not love it or didn't think it was as good as the Eddie Murphy movie from 20 years ago, almost. But man, this I don't know why people were sleeping on it. I thought it was great. I thought the cast was amazing, and I had my favorite comedic performance. I had Danny DeVito from this movie.
Eyes. Far apart, close, average.
I think normal, average.
Okay, average eyes.
But they were a bit sunken into the recesses of his
Deep eyes.
ocular cavity.
Deep sunken eyes.
It's like a raccoon. Like
Beady
when they
eyes.
set back. His eyes were doing that. And no eyelids.
So they're into his skull, no eyelids. What about his nose?
No nose. No
nose. Why would he have a nose?
Oh, he was smiling.
The man who mugged you was smiling.
But he didn't have lips. So it was kind of like a perpetual smile at sorts. It's kind of like, yeah, like that.
This kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. No lips. Why not? Why would he have lips? Is this the man who mugged you?
Wow. You just did that just now? This is amazing.
You know what would be fun? See him with skin.
He was having the time of his life as this character in this movie. His character just, he was just happy to be there and wanted to be weird and do ghost stuff. And, it's Rosario Dawson. She's pretty cool to look at and watch for a couple hours, and good effects. It had every aspect I could think of from the ride was in this movie at some point. So naturally that was much appreciated thing.
All right. What number is this? Let me see here. 17. I'm not a monster movie guy, but Godzilla guy, but there Godzilla -1 is post-war Japan. It's just another Godzilla movie, but this makes the American ones look like stupid. This is what I don't. I mean, I've seen one of. I don't know that I ever watched the OG Godzilla, but there was so many of them. I've seen old Godzilla when I was younger, but so I don't know which one I've seen. But this has more of that feel. But it also has a Jaws feel. It's got a Jurassic Park feel. Like they definitely take a lot of influences. But it's such a what you want. There's a bunch of people I've never seen before, of course. So no stars or anything. American stars. This is a Japanese movie or whatever, and it was, just about characters. Like there was you got invested in the actual people instead of what the monster was doing all the time. And when it attacked and was devastating, it was it was because you knew who these people were. I don't know. I just thought it was really well done. It was all about this pilot who was a kamikaze pilot, and at the very beginning of the movie, you realize he's kind of a coward, and he lands on this island, and that he set where you're supposed to land to get your plane repaired, and there's nothing wrong with his plane, and they kind of call him out for it, and then Godzilla attacks, and it's crazy from there. But the just the whole Godzilla's all about like the atomic bomb and the people having a way to fight back, feel like they have some agency in fighting against this big thing. And I never did hear a complete there's no explanation in the movie that I saw of what Godzilla -1 means, but I believe that it is like a DEF CON type thing. It's like they were already at their bottom, because of the war and being bombed, and then let's make it even worse. Now Godzilla, so we're at -1. But I think it's great. Like you have to see it, Jordan. Like it's really good. As a good arc. There's some great action in it. I need to see it again. It's a little.
I know. I've seen the original at one point. I've seen King Kong versus Godzilla, but it was never my fandom. Yeah. Godzilla's definitely having a moment with all these movies coming out. There's a ton of comic books being released, so there are diehard Godzilla fans, and I've had several of them tell me this was the best.
Yeah, it's definitely the best one I've seen. 16. I have No One Will Save You. Another movie I think you would like. Brian Duffield directed. It's a movie with almost no dialogue. It is a alien invasion movie with Caitlin Dever as the main character, and she's just dealing with aliens invading her home. And she's great. She's just great. I don't know how much she says in the movie, but just her acting against these aliens and having to try to survive is great. It's a very, the effects are awesome. The aliens are cool looking. just some really neat sequences, and I liked. There's a little bit of there's a story to her character that is revealed, and I liked it kind of felt a little Twilight Zone-y, the ending. So I thought it was a nice little package, and it's on Hulu. I don't know if there's another way to watch it, but I really liked it. That was great.
Now, my algorithm has let me down. I've scrolled through Hulu a million times. I've never seen it.
Really? Wow, you gotta watch this one. Somewhere in Queens. Okay, this is Ray Romano, who I just like him. It's probably too high just because I like Ray Romano. But this is just a nice little indie movie where he's married to Lori Metcalf, and he's got a son on the basketball team, and his son's girlfriend, it's been a long time since I saw it, but his girlfriend wants to break up with him, but Ray Romano pays her not to break up with his son because he's trying to get into college. He needs to do well in the basketball games and stuff. And so he kind of does something he shouldn't, and is like helping her out. I think he's going to give her a car or something if she doesn't break up with his son. So it's a good movie. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was Ray Romano's good, but it's just a good like family, not family movie, but a good family story about them trying to, he's trying to help his son and just knowing he really shouldn't be doing that. And he's an underrated actor. These, again, comedians make some great actors, dramatic actors, and I thought this was good. It had the girl. I didn't recognize the girl at first, but the girl in it was from the Goldbergs. She was one of the girlfriends. Let me find her name here. It's Sadie Stanley. Can't remember who she. What's one of the girlfriends' name on the Goldbergs, Cliff? I figured you know that off the top of
God,
your
I
head.
haven't watched that in forever.
Oh, come on. Watched more than I did. Doesn't matter. Bria, I think. Anyway, she was good. I thought she was good. She's grown up now, and I thought she did a good acting job in this. She didn't just disappear into the ether.
Wasn't she on? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
That
Okay.
X-Men show that was on Fox a few years
No,
ago.
that's the other girlfriend.
Okay.
That's the
other
first
one.
girlfriend.
Okay. Gotcha.
Let's track down all the girlfriends.
Right. Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves.
I loved
This
it.
is, number 15.
Yeah.
Number 15.
Number 14. Number 14.
Oh, it was my number 15.
Had it at 7.
Yeah.
It was fun. Movie should be fun, and this was
It was fun. That's my thing about it. It was a Dungeons and Dragons movie that had plenty of Easter eggs for people that like Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that. And for people that don't, it was still fun, I would think. Like, we had a good time.
I really hope they do another one.
I do too. It didn't make a lot of money, or I think they would have. I haven't heard any buzz about them doing another one, but it deserves one.
Yeah. It was had my favorite action performance this year in a movie. Michelle Rodriguez as Holga the Barbarian.
There was some good stuff.
Yeah,
there,
she had some great fight scenes.
Absolutely. I thought it was good. All right. At number 13, Oppenheimer. Anybody else see this?
Had it at 16, saw it before Barbie.
Yeah, so did I.
That weekend.
I did the Heimer Barbie.
Yeah. Glad I saw it before Barbie because it was not Barbie. It was fine. I think it's I had it at 16. It has sunk down my list just because it was a bunch of dudes talking.
Yeah, it was what was neat about it was like it was this huge big screen movie of guys in a room talking. again, another a movie revolving around the atomic bomb this year. Like there's plenty of that. And
this was the other side of
he's
Godzilla -1.
You know, it's gonna. I assume this is going to win Best Picture. I assume Christopher Nolan's going to win Best Director finally. I assume that Robert Downey Jr. is going to win Best Supporting Actor for this because he's good in it. He's really good in it. Like it's a really good movie. That's just not fun. It's just not fun. It's not a fun movie.
Yeah,
I assume Cillian Murphy's going to win Best Actor. I feel a Oppenheimer sweep.
Yeah, I hate all of that. That's probably going to happen.
But... I know, but it's going to happen.
I'm not a huge Christopher Nolan guy. Like normally, I don't pay any attention to his movies.
This isn't near the top of my Nolan list by any stretch, but I thought it was good. Yeah. It's up this high. It's a very quality movie.
It really benefited from the Oppenheimer weekend.
This is the only movie I feel guilty for not having seen yet, because it's like it is the movie. It is getting all the awards buzz. It's already won Golden Globes, and I'm sure there's BAFTAs and Critics' Choices. Like it's gonna sweep all this stuff because that's what it's that kind of movie, a historical epic with a bunch of movie stars and a named director. Like it's available to rent on Prime right now for like $5, and I have $1 credit for Amazon, and I still couldn't pull the trigger. I'm like, again, because it's not something to look forward to as a fun. He said Barbie is what drew these people to the theater and what got everyone to see it. It still might have won all the awards, but it would not have been $1 billion movie.
Yep. It was fair. It was so funny because it was so that after having watched it, and watched Barbie, I made my own little meme because it cracked me up. They call him Oppie in the movie, like his friends call him Oppie. I was like, "Hey Oppie, hey Oppie."
Yeah,
just like, oh, it was good. And then. Right after that, I have the other big one, Killers of the Flower Moon at 12. It's the Scorsese directed epic from the book with Leonardo DiCaprio. Didn't get nominated for anything. I thought he did pretty good. Played a pretty good dumb guy.
When's that guy gonna get a break?
Yeah, come on. What, you got to fight a bear, eat a raw fish? Probably Lily Gladstone will win Best Supporting Actress or Best Actress. I can't remember what she's nominated for, but she was great. She was like I'd never seen her before in anything. I don't know what else, if she's been anything else. She was just like this, played such a cool, she had just natural cool to her, which I'm sure she does in real life. Like she just can just barely say anything, and you're just like enraptured with her, like what she's doing. I wish there was more from her in this movie because she has to spend a lot of time not getting to do anything, and it's a gangster movie. It's just what Scorsese does. It's Robert De Niro is a gangster. They come, there's nothing's ever. There's no surprises here. A lot of great secondary characters, a bunch of rough and tumble guys that just amazing characters throughout, but and it had a cool ending. I like the cool little touch at the end with the silent, with the radio thing or whatever, that was kind of neat. But I don't know. I was underwhelmed overall with it. It's a great Scorsese package, but it didn't. Again, it's not a good time.
Yeah, I got out to the theater for this one, which for a non-comic book type, fan favorite movie that I don't get out to the theater for a lot of dramas, but I definitely wanted to see this one. I was excited to see it, and was a bit underwhelmed. It came in at number 4 for me. Like I still think it's a really good quality film. It just had some problems. I'm not sure how soon I'll get around to rewatching it ever. Lily Gladstone, I think, is the most sure thing Oscar winner. Like, I think she's definitely going to win it. I just gave her the honorable mention as a supporting performance because it was so. It should have been lead performance. Like, again, it was her story, and we just didn't get enough of her. So that to me is probably the biggest drawback. But I still think it was great. I still think it's historically important, as a story to be told about America, and it was really well done, as a crime story, as a family drama. But it was kind of coming into the year as like the movie to see, and it didn't quite hit those levels.
It's so strange though. These white guys, you got Scorsese and Nolan to come in. They're gonna thank God for them that they're gonna come in here and tell these people's stories for them, and now give me my awards.
That's Hollywood, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Tell how they were hurt by America.
Well, Lily Gladstone was in the second season of Reservation Dogs. She was Daniel's, the kid who died, his mom. She's in prison.
Oh yeah,
so
I remember that
one
family
episode
in the house or whatever.
And I assume that they introduced her as like a pivotal character in these people's lives, and like she was not in season 3. So I'm guessing all this Oscar hype and all, like, her schedule wouldn't allow her to come back to lowly cable or streaming TV.
What number was that for you?
12.
12.
Number 11. Anatomy of a Fall. This is a subtitler movie for most of it. There's some English in it, but it's set in France. It's a woman is suspected of her husband's murder, and their blind son faces a moral dilemma as the sole witness. It's all about, did she kill her husband? He falls out of a window, and it's like, did his wife kill him, or did he jump or fall accidentally? You don't know. And
they're playing Griffins and Gargoyles.
Yeah. It's neat because nobody knows what goes on in a long-term relationship. Like how people they base a lot on like a recorded conversation between them, and it's like people don't always like talk super nice to each other, some couples, but they don't mean it. They don't mean that they would never hurt somebody. It's like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like how couples communicate behind closed doors may, to an outsider may look weird. I just think the way what they have their own language or whatever. I don't know. I feel like this woman, looked bad to somebody listening to their conversation. It made her look bad. And so it's a really tense scene in the movie. But, and them not getting along, it was obvious they didn't get along. But that doesn't mean she wants to murder. It's just such a reach, But anyway, it's a really good movie. This and I honestly don't think a lot of people have the same interpretation of the ending that I do, because I felt like I had to reach for what my interpretation was of what actually went down. And I think it was really cool. I don't know. I haven't done a lot of research to know like if that's what it was intended, but because nobody's saying what I think happened. But anyway, I thought it was neat. Sandra Hüller gave a good performance. My breakout performance of the year is the dog. There is a dog in this movie that gives the breakout performance of the year.
Does it break out a window?
He gets like poisoned or whatever, and I thought he was dead. You know, I mean, I know dogs famously can play dead.
Yeah.
Well, this dog was
By
dead.
God, I thought that dog died right there.
And I thought, like, when he, you know, I just was like, it was a good performance of this dog. I don't want to spoil anything, I guess is what I'm saying. So I can't tell you what I liked about it, but I thought this dog gave a good performance. It's a neat movie. It's a little clinical. You know, it's so lit so brightly. Like I did not like that. Like I don't know. That's why a lot of shows you'll watch or movies you'll be like, nobody's house is this dark. But if you light it real, it doesn't look right. And this movie was just lit so bright. I was like, come on. But anyway, Cabe gives a good performance. It's a good, neat little mystery that, you know, I hope you don't want a real good answer. You have to come up with it yourself. And I liked my answer.
All right, before we get to the Poobah's top 10, there's a couple more on this list he must not have seen because I know they would not be in his top 10. And I know there's one on Cliff's list as well.
Yep.
That famous Cocaine Bear.
I did not see Cocaine Bear. I did not want to see Cocaine Bear. It was Cliff that was super hyped for Cocaine Bear. He put it on his...
Yeah. I didn't see Cocaine Bear, but my daughter did.
You didn't see
you
it?
You had that on your most... On your...
Did I
that
really?
was like your
you
number
voted that
one,
so high.
I completely forgot.
Oh, wow.
I don't think...
then. I'm solo. I'm going solo.
I don't think I knew what Cocaine Bear was at that time.
Oh.
Oh, you were hyped by the title. All right, so I had this honorable mention as favorite. It was almost my favorite cast. So it's Ray Liotta's final movie. He died a week after recording. He re-recorded some audio for post-production and died a week later. So Ray Liotta's been in a lot of movies recently, and movies are still coming out. But this was his last performance. The lead was Kerry Russell, Alden Ehrenreich, O'Shea Jackson Jr., Isaiah Whitlock Jr., the comedian, Brooklyn Prince, the little girl from Florida Project,
Yep.
Margot Martindale, Jesse Tyler Ferguson, Matthew Reese, and this dude Scott Seiss, who you will all remember from TikTok.
It's the TikTok guy. It's the
guy
IKEA guy.
Yeah, I need to speak to your manager. And then it zooms in, it's like a manager. The TikTok guy even got in on the Cocaine Bear film. And it is also my award for best opening scene. And you guys have never seen this, so I get to describe the opening scene.
Do it. I described RRR last year. You describe that.
So this is my favorite opening scene. It's set in 1985. You know the story. Bear gets into the cocaine. But it starts out, Jane by Jefferson Starship is playing. So we're getting and it's Matthew Reese, who is Kerry Russell's husband in real life and co-star of The Americans, in a bad 80s mustache and bad 80s perm and fashion.
As he does.
High as a kite on cocaine in an airplane.
Okay.
And he's dancing to the song and throwing all the duffel bags of cocaine out the door.
Right.
Because that's how they're
to the bears. Feed the bears.
Yeah, so it's him just dancing, stoned out of his gourd.
Saltburn style.
Yeah, and then something wrong happens. So it sets the tone of the movie perfectly as comedy, horror, ridiculousness, and funny. So I thought I put this at 17. I really enjoyed it. Again, it's a horror movie, but in the loosest sense of the term. It's more.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think of it as a horror movie. So, Look, I saw the bear. It looked like The Great Outdoors. Remember that was a big bear in that movie.
Big bear chased me.
I saw her jumping on the door.
My other one I don't think made your top 10. It was my number 2 movie of the year. Netflix original, They Cloned Tyrone. Director Jewel Taylor. Also a honorable mention for cast. The main trio, John Boyega, Jamie Foxx, and Teyonah Parris, are phenomenal. Also got David Allen Greer and some other people you might recognize, and a surprise white guy as the villain, who I won't spoil. He doesn't show up till the end of the movie, but there's another big star that
We love a surprise
I really, really like this movie. This might be the year of heightened reality. It's another one of those where things happen that like this, it wouldn't really happen, but it's very over the top. It's about conspiracy theories and what they're getting away with it, what they're doing to us, what the rich people above us, the people in government, the people in corporations, and it's ridiculous. Like it's we know they're poisoning our food and they're mind controlling us through the TV and all this stuff, and that's a very there's a long history of activism and in the African American community of not trusting the government and not trusting these sources, and then it's all proven to be correct, and it's all proven to be way weirder and crazier than you ever imagined, and it was all true. So yeah, it's just the performances were so good between that main three. John Boyega should be a much bigger star than he is. He's great.
Yeah.
Jamie Foxx, it's one of his better performances. He's always good. And again, Teyonah Parris from the Marvels movie was just loved it. I've thought about it, since I watched it. As a Netflix movie, isn't always a good reputation, but it just moved up and up and up my list. And it's said 1 is Turtles and 2 is Tyrone. That's where I'm standing this year.
Well,
yeah, I almost watched this a couple weeks ago because I saw some talk about it actually being good, and I may try to catch up with it sometime.
Yeah, I saw some good criticism or critic reviews of it. So, Jordan liked the cast of Cocaine Bear. Seth said his favorite breakout was a dog, and I'll say my favorite breakout performance was a fish from my number 5 movie, The Little Mermaid. And Haley Bailey, portrayed Ariel in this movie. We talked a lot about, having a black mermaid movie coming out, and people were just shocked, and it was, a travesty. And she was great. Really enjoyed the movie. Family film. It's a remake, yes, but they've added some stuff to it. Kind of made it their own without ripping up the story. And it's got all the pretty much all the songs in it. And she was amazing. So that's it. Number 5.
I thought every time I saw that imprint, I thought it said Halle Berry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Originally,
yeah. Like,
I did think that.
Oh, yeah.
Thought, what? Huh? All right. Top 10 time. Don't hold me to these being exactly this order here. I don't know. Some of them I've seen multiple times. Some I've only seen once. This first one I've only seen once because I rented it, and it still isn't free to watch again. Number 10 is the comedy Bottoms. This has Rachel Sennett, and I don't know how to pronounce her name, from the Bear, Ayo Edebiri.
It was also April O'Neil in the Turtles movie. She's having quite a year.
Yes. It's like it's almost like a super bad or it's got that feel like 20 years ago. This is like a bunch of girls not necessarily good. Like these are lesbians, but they're often I was listening. Well, this one gay journalist, she was saying how she's like, I'm sick of we're always portrayed as good. We always have to be the good guy. She's like, we can do bad things too. And these girls create a fight club to teach girls self-defense, but they're just doing it to meet chicks. And it's got a little surrealness to it here and there. It's a weird comedy. Like I haven't seen this exact style comedy for a while, and I just really enjoyed it. Like it was funny as hell to me. The the jocks in the movie on the football team always wear their uniforms and pads to school. Like that's not questioned. It's got that Dale-ness to it. It's I don't know. It's just highly recommend. You got to watch Bottoms. Like it is a must see as far as I'm
I
concerned.
think I just saw it on the coming soon thing on Prime. I think it's going to be out real soon.
Well, I can't wait to watch it again. Like,
yeah, I've looked at it a couple times, and it's always says for rent or buy, and I'm just like, I'm not paying that price for it, but I'll wait.
Yeah, I had it in here for an award. I'm trying to see which one I had it in here for. I think it was favorite action moment was in the finale, the last act. There's a major action thing that goes on, and there's I don't want to spoil it, but there's just some action that happens in there that I'm just like, it's over the top, and I thought, it's very memorable. Anyway, I don't want to spoil anything about the movie. It's really funny. I like those two actresses, and it was very absurd high school movie that it just had that old school vibe with some newer kind of humor tones to it that I definitely recommend. I like that Rachel Sennett. She's good. I watched her in Shiva Baby and something else in the past couple of years. Okay. That's my number 10. Definitely you got to see Bottoms. My number 9 is also a comedy. This is rare. I don't usually have a lot of comedies, but my number 9 is on Netflix and has been for a while. I'm not aware of either of you seeing it. I'm surprised if Cliff had not seen this yet, but I saw it in the theater and enjoyed it. I watched it again when it came on Netflix. No Hard Feelings. This is the Jennifer Lawrence movie where, see if this plot sounds familiar. Some parents want to pay a girl to date their son, so he can get some confidence and things, and it's just like that Ray Romano movie. But it's totally different and better and funny, and Jennifer Lawrence is hilarious. This is like, I really feel like she found what she is best at in this movie. She's super funny, and she just does such a good job. And I'm going to give, I can't give, I gave it to the dog. I can't give her. The actor who plays the main character other than her, the kid, the young man, Percy Becker is the name of the movie. Andrew Barth Feldman. I don't know if he's been in anything. Oh, he was in White Noise. He was one of the kids in White Noise. But he's really good. He's really good. And he gets my musical moment of the year. She is basically, the gist is it's kind of a resort town or area that she lives in. And, the taxes are super high and she needs to make money, but they make their money when it's tourist season, and she's not making as much money as she needed to keep living there. And she answers a Craigslist thing to date these people's son. And she's just so funny. There's so many good lines in it and stuff, but, at one point in the movie, you guys, this isn't a spoiler for the movie, but I got to set up my music moment. They mentioned the song Man Eater. That's Hall & Oates, right? Am I crazy?
No, it is. Yeah.
It is. Okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, the guy doesn't the kid doesn't know. I don't think he'd heard of it or whatever. She mentions it or something. I can't remember. It was on I can't remember. The song comes up, but she says something about it. You don't know what it means. And later they go out on a date in a restaurant, and there's a piano, and he gets up. She tells him to go play or something, and he does not know that she is just in it for the money or whatever, dating him. And he goes over and sits down and plays a piano version of Maneater and sings it. And it is like it just is exactly about what's happening, and it's good. Like, it's good. It's a amazing movie moment that I loved. I immediately bought the song on iTunes, his version, and it's not he's not the greatest singer in the world or anything, but it's just it just gives me that feeling of the moment in the movie, and it's great.
So many have paid to see what you think you're getting for free. The woman is wild, is she cat tamed by the perfect jerk you are? Money's the matter. If you're in it for love, you ain't gonna get too far. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. I wouldn't if I were you. I know what she can do. She's deadly man.
My only complaint, this movie would be higher, except I feel like the second half is weak. It starts so strong, and there's a lot of great stuff throughout, but there's something about the second half that I still think needed punched up a little bit. But I think she is great in it. She's one of my favorite performances of the year. I'm not going to give her any. She's an honorable mention for me, but that is what Jennifer Lawrence should be doing, is comedies, because she's funny.
Next year, 14 categories. We're adding best animal performance. We can squeeze all these in.
Yeah, do it. That's good. That's good. I like it. Number 8. I only got to see this movie once. I was going to watch it today, but instead I watched the Sundance Film Festival movie. So I've only seen Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning one time in the theater. And it makes my top 10.
Hey, you've been kind of trash talking this a little bit, and it's still in your top 10.
It's still my top 10. Yeah, I look back on it, and there's tons that I remember liking about it. There's just a couple glaring things that I did not like about it. One is the opening scene is not a classic Mission Impossible scene. It's like showing you something else that really spoils everything. It's like they're telling you what the MacGuffin is, basically. And I like a rabbit's foot. Give me Mission Impossible 3, the rabbit's foot. Who cares what this thing does? I don't want to know. Let's just chase after it, And so I didn't like that we knew what this thing did. And
isn't it the plot very AI heavy as well?
Yes,
and
yes.
It's gonna
Which
feel
they're ahead of
very,
the game. Like they actually,
feel dated.
They wrote this a while back, and they kind of thought they were beating people to the punch on AI here. But basically, the opening scene of this movie should have been the opening scene to the next movie, where they finally explain what the hell's going on. They just gave it up too early, and I don't like that. The freaking biggest stunt in the movie was so heavily advertised, more than any stunt that ever was for Mission Impossible. They put it everywhere, made everybody make sure that they saw him ride this bike off this thing. And then you watch the movie and it's him riding around. What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
I think you're crazy on that.
No, you're crazy. I know Mission Impossible.
But I'm the person who just saw the commercials and trailers. So him climbing the building with the suction cup gloves was all over the commercials. Him hanging on the plane, getting pulled up into the sky was in all the commercials.
But those weren't
him falling down in the first movie on the tether was in every advertisement.
But they're not
So
the biggest stunt in the movie. Like,
that's what aren't those the biggest stunts in
no,
all those movies?
no. The climbing on the side of the building is the biggest, but they didn't show every bit of that thing. This was the one thing. You know, it's too big. They just spoiled. I'm never. I don't know. I'm not gonna go through it again. I think they showed too much, and they usually don't. Usually they sprinkle things through. But still, there's tons of great action in this. Like, I can't wait to watch it again because there's so much I liked about it. I still freaking gave it a 8 out of 10, and I can't wait to watch it again. There's an awesome sequence at the end with this train. It's so freaking cool, and tons of great car chases and lots of good stuff. Number 7, Barbie. Thought Barbie was great. Seen it a couple times. It's just a great movie. Like I'm sure, I don't know what this. There's so much controversy this week about who was not nominated for Barbie. I was like, just settle down. Like, I don't get it. Like, I
kind of get it.
What?
It's the plot. It's the plot of the movie.
What? No,
it's happening in real life.
Does everyone forget that America Ferrera was nominated for an Oscar?
Well, like, they're not talking. Yeah, but
I know, but I'm saying, like, does every person in this movie have to be nominated for an Oscar? That's ridiculous.
I think a large part of the population that saw this movie thought it was a done deal, that for sure Greta and Margot Robbie would.
Well, that's the problem. When they made this be I agree. They are as deserving as anyone else. So I don't care. Any of them could have been nominated. But when you make 10 movies have the ability to be Best Picture, and you still only can have 5 directors, there's going to be 5 movies. Well, who made the movie? Do they not deserve to be Best Director? It's that you can't put 10 people in 5 slots. And it's Barbie. It's a good movie, but it's not like the most incredibly directed thing I've ever seen in my life. It's not that. I don't know. She's a great director, and I would have been happy to see her in there. And I thought Margot Robbie did a good job, but so did America Ferrera, and she was nominated. So I don't know. Everybody's just going overboard, I think. Doesn't matter. It's not what I came here to talk about. I loved the movie.
Yeah. I don't know. This is my number 1 movie.
I could totally see that.
As soon as I saw it, I knew it would be. So I've seen it multiple times. I've got a few things from it.
Do it.
Favorite lead performance, Margot Robbie. Favorite musical moment, I think I'm Just Ken is great, but Billie Eilish's song, What Was I Made For, is amazing. It's an amazing story that they filmed it and not having this song, and she wrote it, her and Phineas, and it became, the perfect song for this movie. And when at the end, when this song takes off and you see that montage of all the women that worked on this movie and their moms, and it's pretty great.
It is pretty great.
Also, my favorite line of the year.
We mothers stand still so our daughters can look back to see how far they've come.
I'm going to play my guitar at you.
Yeah,
it's great.
There was a lot to like about this for me. It's my number 9. So I was not as high on it as you guys were, but still I recognize where it is. But it's just not that high on my list. But it's my most nominated movie of all these categories. Sadly, I gave it most overhyped because to me I didn't see it till it was on HBO. So by then, all I had heard was how life-changing it was and how huge it was and what it meant to people. I'm like, I can't wait to see this movie. And it didn't quite deliver that for me.
You might have had to been in a theater with 200 people wearing pink.
That would have helped for sure. So I don't want to say it's, I don't want to criticize it. If you want to hear some things, go read the 1-star reviews on Letterboxd. You'll hear from people who were genuinely, this is the bourgeois cishet girl boss commercial feminism packaged and sold by Mattel, like that kind of like this undercut their vision of feminism, and I have no right to speak on any of that. I don't agree with it, first of all, but I also don't have any leg to stand on in that kind of argument. But there were just things, and I'm not here to yuck anybody's yum. If you love the movie, that's great. But there were just Will Ferrell didn't fit for me, playing the same role as the Lego movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was a bigger cartoon than anybody in the movie, and like you go to the real world to meet the boss of Mattel, and he was like a buffoonish cartoon caricature. I'm like, what?
I listened to an interview with Greta, and she explained all that was like what she was going for. It was kind of, I liked it was very interesting to listen to her talk about it and how she was trying to do a Keystone Cops thing and all the reasoning she had behind it. But I agree. I remember thinking, why him again for this product? Because I immediately would think of the Lego movie, but then when the ridiculousness of them traveling back, him taking his guys back to Barbie Land, that he's the perfect guy for that to lead that trip.
Yeah, I actually really liked him. Even associating with him, with the Mr. Business role. I thought it was kind of clever to me that he would play the same thing in both movies. But as kind of a toy guy, I also see like these buffoons that run Hasbro and Mattel and all the stupid things they do. I was perfectly okay with that part.
And also kind of undercut its own message by making the Kins more interesting and having more inner life and more there's a more of a character arc almost for the Kins. Like that was a little off, but whatever.
Yeah. Like you said, it's people are going to have some differing opinions, of course, on it. It's interesting to me because I've watched this movie so many times with my daughter and my wife, who both each Barbie, and I've seen that at a couple shows I've been to. People, women dressing up as different Barbies from the movie. But it's interesting the nostalgia they have for this Barbie or that Barbie, or they love this Barbie. I love President. I hear that all the time. President Barbie's my favorite. I love her. That type of thing. So I don't know. It's certainly
it's the most 2024 movie. I think if it would have,
it has a split.
It should win. Somebody should win something for it. So I'm hoping it gets some award love.
Even after my criticism, I gave Billie Eilish honorable mention because that scene, is powerhouse. I gave America Ferrera honorable mention because she's, that especially that monologue she gives that she's getting famous for, and I'm part of the problem. I named Ryan Gosling my favorite comedic performance. None of the other ladies got nominated.
Yeah, I meant to say I forgot that was a category, and I Jennifer Lawrence was my favorite comedic performance for No Hard Feelings. But yeah, he was awesome. I've loved him for the last decade. The stuff he's done, Nice Guys is amazing, and he's just good in everything.
Yeah, I think every good laugh I had from the movie came from him, and it was just, I don't know. The kids say that he understood the assignment. He knew exactly what he was doing.
I'm gonna need a clicky pen.
Yeah.
All right.
And Kate McKinnon was great in that movie.
Yeah,
As
she's
Weird
good.
Barbie. My wife loves Weird Barbie.
Just watch
Olsen
this.
Splits.
Watch this again the other day. The Killer at number 6. David Fincher movie. One of my favorite movie makers of all time. I mean, if you don't know, Fincher made Fight Club, Gone Girl, Seven, Social Network, Zodiac, Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. He makes hits. And this is, if there's an award for the slickest movie, this is it. This is Michael Fassbender as an assassin. And it's just a super slick assassin who maybe isn't perfect. You know, he can tell you how to do everything, but he doesn't always pull it off. And it's basically one thing goes wrong and all the everything that comes from that happening, what he has to deal with, and it's just a solid, slick action movie with a lot of humor in it also. And Michael Fassbender is awesome. Like, I forgot how good he was. I think he's really great in this, and you know, it's just a solid movie. I think it doesn't break any new ground really, other than like just the kind of the assassin that is not perfect, but maybe thinks they are. I don't know. It's really good. Number 6. Check it out. It's on Netflix. Top 5 here, guys. We're almost done. This was, I think, the first movie I saw last year, and I went to the theater, our old theater.
I know what this is because I remember your review of it.
Yeah. Nick and I went to our theater back when it existed. That's how long this year's been. It hasn't been years, guys. It was this past year. And we went in, we were the only ones in there, and we sat there, and this helped me, like, but we got to sit there and talk the whole time and discuss what we thought was happening. But it's the movie Missing, starring Storm Reed. This is the movie from Nicholas D. Johnson and Will Merrick. They made the movie Searching. It's a screen movie. The entire movie is seen through screens, and you're basically watch someone go on their computer, and the movie is always one step ahead of you. Like, that's the way it should be. It goes, okay, well, they click here and they look at that, and they look, and you're like, before you can think where will they slide that mouse next, they're already doing it, and you're like, yes, that's right, that's what I would do, or I hadn't thought of that. And you see like videos of people and people talking on FaceTime, of course, more than they do in real life, and all that stuff, or just texting. Just watching people text is interesting, but this one is, I mean, first one was too, but it gets a little pulpy, like, it's crazy. It's a crazy plot, but you'd never believe. But we had so much fun. There's something about that screen aesthetic that that really connects with me. I don't know if it does with anybody else, but I really liked it. I didn't hear it on anybody's list. Nobody cares about this movie, and it was so far back in the year, but I can't wait till they make another one, and I want to go back and watch this and the first one.
Yeah, it's about halfway down my list. I think mainly because it was so long ago. It was a full year ago I saw it. And I don't remember every detail, but I do. I remember your review was first movie of 2023. If it's not my top 10, this will be a great year for movies. I'm like, I'm glad it ended up in
number 5.
It was in your top 10.
Yeah, still a pretty good year. All right, number 4. I need to watch this one again. Just haven't had time yet. Definitely want to. I'm going to give this my favorite cast, just because you get to really, know these. It's not a huge cast. There are casts that had a ton of people I love in it this year, but this is just a very small cast, and I loved all three of these. This is The Holdovers, Alexander Payne. It's that Paul Giamatti, Dominic Sessa, who could have been a breakout role for me. I don't know whether he's been in other stuff. It's the first time I've seen him. He plays the high school student, and Giamatti's a professor, and Divine Joy Randolph will very likely win Best Supporting Actress as the cook at this school, and they're all stuck there over the holiday taint, which is when I watched it. So it was the perfect holiday taint movie, that area between Christmas and New Year's. It's a really good comfort food movie, like just getting to know these three people and how, I mean, the message is you never know what somebody is going through, or what their lives entail. You think that he is this curmudgeonly know-it-all professor, and you think this kid is a loudmouth, trying to get away with stuff, or that you think a lot of things about these characters, and they all reveal that there's more to them, and how they interact with each other over this couple of weeks. It's just a very enjoyable movie, getting to know these characters, and it's a feel good movie for sure. So, and Alexander Payne's just has his own feel to his movies. We immediately watched Election right after it. Nick had never seen it, so I was like, he's like, I love that. I was like, well, I got another one for you. But I got Peacock to see this, so there were some other things I wanted to watch, Quantum Leap and stuff, but it was worth it for sure. All right, number 3. This one we went to Columbus to see. As my best, I believe this is my favorite lead performance and favorite supporting performance. It is Poor Things. Yorgos Lanthimos, who is another of my fave directors. He did The Lobster and The Favorite, Dogtooth, Killing of a Sacred Deer. This is his next, and it's awesome. It's not quite what I thought it was going to be, in a good way. Like, it's, if you've seen the preview, it's Emma Stone acting weird is basically all I got from the preview. And Mark Ruffalo, and he's freaking hilarious in this. I would give him comedic performance, but I'm just gonna give him supporting. He's so good. Like, something about, I assume the director is great because he pulls this stuff out of them, and she's amazing. Like, she's just she surprises me more and more with each movie she takes, but she definitely is not afraid to do anything. It also has Willem Dafoe. He's basically Dr. Frankenstein, and it's based on a book. So I thought this was just from this guy's crazy mind, but he took this idea and ran with it. But Willem Dafoe's character finds Emma Stone's character, Bella. She was a woman, jumped off a bridge, kill herself, and died. He takes her and realizes she was pregnant, takes her baby out, who's still alive, and puts the baby's brain in Emma Stone's body. and she I can't remember who she wasn't dead. He saves her and puts the baby's brain in her head instead, and so now she's growing up already in Emma Stone's body, but the mind of a child. But she grows up really fast. But basically, it's all her discovering the world as this character Bella, and she goes for it. Like, it is insane. everything that happens, and I just loved it. I don't want to spoil any of it. I thought it was crazy, good, fun, and very extreme. But he's a good director, and he does wild movies that nobody else makes. Like, I still think The Lobster is one of the neatest indie concepts, and I just want more weird stuff like that. You guys, I figured you. I didn't even know if you guys knew much about that. I think she's nominated. I believe, isn't she?
Yeah, it's got a lot of awards buzz for sure.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good movie. We loved it. All right, I only got 2 left.
I'm a little surprised by your top 2 here. I don't know. They're both in my top 5, but I don't know that I would have expected them to be at the top of your list. But
Well, I went back and forth. My one of them was not in my top 20 until I rewatched it. The other one was in my number 1 spot since I saw it, and I flipped them after I rewatched the one movie. I was like, I think this is my favorite movie of the year, but I think I flipped it back. They're 1 and 2. I've watched this movie 3 times. I watched the other one 3 times also, but my number
Cliff
2
only watched a half hour of it.
Yeah.
Right.
My number 2 movie is Wes Anderson's Asteroid City, which when I watched it in June, I gave it a 6 out of 10. Again, I've said this before, I go in with expectations or what I think a movie is supposed to be, and I watch it and think it's going to make perfect sense the first time, and I shouldn't expect that anyway with Wes Anderson. But a lot of people complained this was all just aesthetic with no filling. It's just Wes Anderson.
That's
Wes
the
Anderson.
whole thing that's what the criticism is Wes Anderson makes movies at a distance. He doesn't make personal film. He makes everything is very phony. Yes, as just the aesthetic. It's not. There's no emotion. It's all cold and calculated. And he's like, hold my beer. I'm gonna make I'm gonna make it such a distance. I'm gonna have a narrator telling you it's fake. Like it was almost like him trying to win a bet of like how much arm's length can I keep the audience and still do a story.
Yeah, it's about. I mean, they tell you at the beginning. It's a TV show where they're showing a play being made, the behind the scenes, and then they're showing you the people being cast, and then they're showing you the actual play, which is there's no way it could be a play. It's outside in the vastness of the desert. It's just it's a crazy concept, but the crux of the play is there's a Junior Stargazers event out where they're testing the atomic bomb, and another post-war movie, but with a lot of baggage. But and Jason Schwartzman is there with his 4 kids, bringing his son to this event, and he has not told them that their mom died 3 weeks ago. And it's just about all the people there for this event, and it's all the Wes Anderson-ness of it. But there's the first time I watched it, I was like, what's going to happen? And you've had plenty of time to see this, anyone that hasn't. And there is an alien comes, that while there was a meteorite left at some point, and an alien comes, and we all see, and everyone gets to see this alien come visit. It's Jeff Goldblum dressed, and it's amazing. But then they go on and with the movie, and everyone deals with that, and there's a lockdown, and what are they gonna do? And nothing really ever is. It's resolved. The story is told, but it seemed like empty. When I watched it the second time, I don't know. I was just in a different mood and vibed with it so much more and I've got a different each. I've watched it 3 times and I changed slightly how I saw it each time. The second time, I really took to heart the fact that they were doing a play, that these were actors, even though we always know that they are actors when we watch a movie. This is in your face that these are actors. And they all are portraying different people's motivations and showing us how they react to things. Like even in this world, post-war, something crazy happens, like crazy things happen in our lives, and how they react to it. And their actors, they're playing these roles reacting to the fact that an alien just came. Like Maya Hawke is a teacher, and all the kids are like so focused on the fact that an alien came, and she's like, I just want to teach you about the planets. And she doesn't want to deal with it, and the kids are like, I made a spaceship. I drew a picture of the alien. And this almost had this as my favorite music moment of the year in that scene where Dwight, this one kid who's the coolest kid in the world, wrote a song, Dear Alien, who art in heaven. It's so good. It's so good. Lean and skinny, about 6'7". But they start dancing, and it's just like a crazy, a really cool, how he frames everything and then just lets it set, and you watch the scene play out. But anyway, just watching these people act and be able to, it gave me respect for, it was like in your face, showing how you could see these people who are supposedly cast to play these parts, and then they're actually playing the parts and taking them very seriously, and showing how you, how we all deal with things differently. Somebody wants to ignore it. Somebody wants to embrace it. Their mother died. Well, the girls want, or say they're witches and they're going to bring her back to life. The boy doesn't even believe in God. Tom Hanks is the woman's father, and he is, doesn't even like his son-in-law, but he's very much a caretaker, willing to take them in. And even though Jason Schwartzman won't acknowledge that he lost his daughter, and there's all of that baggage with it. And then there's a moment where, like the big moment in the movie where Jason Schwartzman walks off set and says he doesn't know. He's like, I don't even know what's going on. Like, what are we doing? What is this play about? I don't even know what's about. I don't know if I'm doing it right. And that one really, that's
an honorable mention on my favorite line. He says, I still don't understand the play. And Adrian Brody, the playwright, says, doesn't matter. Just keep telling the story.
Right.
Which just seems to be a recurring theme. Jeff Goldblum says something about being, I'm a metaphor. Not an alien. Or it's all about how you tell your story, how you interpret stories and fiction. And again, I only saw it once, so I had a hard time connecting all the dots. And I'm sure I'll get more out of it if I view it a second time. But
so many lines throughout. Like, isn't there an answer out there in the cosmic wilderness? It's anyway. This third time I watched it, I pushed even past the acting thing and just dealt with the fact that they are, just portraying us. Like, even that we go through our lives, and it's not like everything's normal and then something crazy happens. Nothing's ever normal. There's crazy stuff out. There's cars speeding by with cops shooting in that movie just randomly, because there's always something that we're ignoring just to get through our day. But then occasionally there is something huge that happens, and we still have to go on. And how are we going to deal with it? How are we going to deal with somebody dying, or aliens landing, or, any number of things. And that scene where he goes out and after that walks off set, walks out, and there's a connected set, and Margot Robbie is standing on the balcony, and he says, oh, you're the wife that played my actress. Where she was She played the mom that died, but was cut from the movie, cut from the play. But she gives she kind of talks through the scene that was cut and talks about how hopeful, it says a hopeful thing she got. I hope, he's a photographer, and he took her picture, and she said, I hope it comes out. And it's just such a hopeful thing, like of some that you remember of someone dying, like she's not there anymore. She's not there, but I hope everything works out for you, And I don't know, the freaking movie blew me away the second time I watched it, and the third I got even more out of it, all these little moments, and I just really freaking dig the movie. And I encourage people to give movies more than one viewing sometimes. If you have faith in the director, or give them another shot if you don't think you got it, because it happens to me all the time.
Yeah, I'm definitely a Wes Anderson fan, but the whole cast plays everything so deadpan. I can see that being kind of a turnoff, maybe.
Yeah.
You don't quite get, but there's such depth there, even though everyone's cold and calculated.
Yeah.
I gave this one the award for favorite cast because just
I would, yeah.
his recurring
thought
players,
about it.
of course, and huge stars: Jason
So
Schwartzman,
many.
Scarlett Johansson, Tom Hanks, Jeffrey Wright, Bryan Cranston, Edward Norton, Maya Hawke, Hope Davis, Steve Carell, Tilda Swinton, Adrian Brody, Hong Chow, Willem Dafoe, Margot Robbie, Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah. I almost had another favorite line, honorable mention, is Jeffrey Wright. Is that there when they found out they got the picture got out to the world about the alien, and he's like, oh, the president's not going to be happy about this. Somebody brings in a telegram. They're like, telegram for the president. And he just looks at it for a second. He's furious. And throws. They're all so great. And yeah, it's definitely one that is worth revisiting. That's number 2. Cliff, that's the one you watched a few minutes of and said, forget about this garbage.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what was happening or what was going on in the room, but yeah, I don't think it held my attention for 30 seconds.
I didn't vibe with it the first time.
Well, I honestly, if you asked me what it was about, I could not have even told you remotely what it was about.
Right.
Like if it said something in the opening, like I was not watching the television.
Yeah. Oh, great opening song. To San Fernando.
I can't say anything about the movie because I literally don't remember anything other than kind of the aesthetic of it.
Yeah,
For 30 I might have watched it 30 minutes, or it was on for 30 minutes. I remember I turned it off.
Hey, I get it.
So I can't.
Do you guys have any
on your
movies
list,
you have?
or did it not make your list?
No,
Did
it didn't
not
make
count?
the list.
Okay, you
like I
didn't
said,
count partial.
I could.
He has mentioned throughout here a few movies that he watched like a few minutes of, and he's not counting them. You know, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I did too. There were several movies that I only watched a little bit of. So
I couldn't
was like,
fairly.
I duck out too. I duck out on some movies.
I'm too OCD. If I started, I'm gonna finish it.
Well, now they let you delete those continue watching things, so I just let them go. All right, my number 1 movie of the year is Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. I rewatched this the other day. That second half rips ass. It's my favorite opening scene where she's playing the drums and the drums just keep building up. It's so good. I love it. I loved I don't know. I love, the multiverse stuff. They do the multiverse stuff so well in this, like setting, all the, I don't know. I never read any of the multiverse comics, the Spider-Verse stuff. Like I have no idea whether it works as well as it does in this movie for me. But I love the story, how he was, this spider is from a different, verse that bit him. He was never supposed to be Spider-Man. That makes it cool. Chris Pine would have stopped the collider if, you hadn't been bitten, so he had to die. And just the reveal of the fathers, the line of dead people that you see, even, Adam Garfield bent over Dennis Leary, all the captains that had to die and all this, and he screws it up saving that one police captain in India or whatever. It was like, I loved all that. I loved them tying that stuff in and making it, all, how this stuff mattered. And, he's trying to do both. He's trying to save people and still have everything survive, have everything stay together. I don't know. I just thought it's so good. And he's like, I'm not, you can tell me how it's supposed to go. I'm gonna still fight you. And and of course the twist at the end,
yeah,
where you're expecting one thing and they play it so well. Gwen goes after him and all that. That's so well done. And the score, I don't know how that was not nominated for best score. That music is so freaking great through that movie. I cannot believe it. It's awesome. I love the animation. I love all the different types of animation for all the different Spider-Verses coming together. The punk Spider-Man is great. It's awesome movie. I think it's just as good as the first one. And I can't wait for the second one, but I also am enjoying, the third one. I'm enjoying the wait. Don't anybody come at me and tell me it's half a movie. I freaking loved Empire Strikes Back. I loved Back to the Future 2, and the anticipation of what's going to happen next. I love it. So I know you guys couldn't have liked it as much as me. So I understand that, but it's my number one movie. But what'd you guys think of?
I had it at number 5. I really enjoyed it as well. I just felt it was bigger than the first one, but that to me didn't necessarily mean it was better than the first one. I still think the first one was better, but again, I've only seen this one once. I'm sure there's things I'm gonna enjoy more about it, but I gave it my favorite line Poobah Award.
Everyone keeps telling me how my story is supposed to go. Nah, I'm gonna do my own thing.
Which is such a Spider-Man, yes, it's Miles Morales, he's the alternate Spider-Man, but that's a Spider-Man core concept, core ethos of he's not gonna, if the will of the many to what is the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. No, he's gonna save everybody.
Yeah.
He's not gonna do.
That's exactly what I like about. That's how we know that's our Spider-Man.
Right. That is Peter Parker. That is Miles Morales. That is the character of you can tell me this is the best way to do something, or this is the right way, or the only way, but I'm gonna figure it out. And even if it hurts me and messes up my life, I'm gonna save people the best way I can. Yeah. I'm gonna do my own thing.
I felt like they nailed that they nailed Spider-Man. That is Spider-Man. The world's against him. Even his friends, he has to do. He's good, but he's gonna do what he has to do. So good. So that's it. Did anybody have any movies left?
No. Have you guys done your favorite moments?
We're supposed to do favorite moment.
We're gonna end on favorite moments. I'll go first because mine's not super personal. I gave it grief, but I'm gonna tell you, I listed my favorite moment as, and I didn't even participate, but my favorite movie moment of the year was the whole concept of Barbenheimer. like
Yeah.
what it meant. I love movies, even if I didn't personally go to the movies. Watching people on social media share photos, you stand outside the theater and taking photos, everybody dressed in pink, or these group shots, all the memes, the late night comedians joking about it. Like it felt important.
Yeah.
In a way, especially a year we lost our local movie theater that has stung us. It was like, this is the potential of movies, of going to the theater, having that experience, and that's cool to me. I like that people got that joy from it, even if it was more of it was less of it was about the movie, more of it was about the experience and posting hashtags and stuff. But that's fine to me too. That's since the pandemic, movies have become more insular. We screen them at home. It's a solitary thing. We're going out less, and that was just an experience and a reason to show that movies can still do that, to still be community and still be family and still be enjoying. So again, for all my griping, and I didn't even see one of them and didn't like the other one, but I still like the concept of Barbenheimer experience.
Oh yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Well, my moment was trying not to say anything while you guys were talking about it earlier, but my favorite moment, I landed. Well, I mean, I muddled around with when Spider-Man realized he was in the wrong world. That was a big moment. G.I. Joe in the Transformers, that was a big moment.
Yeah.
The Asteroid City, the exact line you said, just keep going. How we all just have to keep going no matter what crazy shit's going on in our lives. I really was close to that one, but I cannot get past. I would go for the feeling, and the best feeling I had in a movie this past year was Rhea Perlman standing there holding Barbie's hands, and the Billie Eilish song, and all the videos. Like, it chokes me up right now. Like, I cannot get over that. I just love that moment.
Absolutely amazing.
But someday I might. Someday I might. Think I forgot how to be happy. Something I'm not, but something I can be. Something I wait for. Something I'm made for. Something I'm made
To me, that was the experience I had. I was sitting in a theater full of women and little girls and being all dressed up just like Jordan said, and then just blown away by that movie, and then to have it all come to that moment. I mean, it was great. I've watched, like I said, I've watched it so many times since then. But that wasn't what I picked as my favorite moment. It was my favorite musical moment for the year. But I chose, as I was rewatching, I kind of rewatched Guardians of the Galaxy for this moment, because it was the one that really stuck out in my head from that film. Was just there's a part in the movie where Rocket's hurt and they're all trying to help and save, and they get split up, and after Rocket's near death experience, when he sees Lila and he comes back to more or less comes back to life, and Peter and Nebula, they're all arguing back and forth as they're trying to save each other. And Rocket says something. He says a line. I don't even know what the line was. It doesn't matter. But he says this line. But the reaction that the rest of the team, the family, whatever you want to call them, has towards, oh my God, Rocket's okay.
Where's Nebula? Because the code is on the column behind you.
What? Nebula?
Where are you?
Oh, thank God.
We're here to get you out of here.
Out of where?
The high evolutionary ship.
No, I got off the ship.
You what?
Wait, where are you?
On the ship.
On the ship?
I didn't lie.
Why are you on the ship?
To save you, obviously.
No, I told you to go back. You gotta know by now I always figure out an incredibly clever way to get out of a fix.
Tell him I said hi.
Really?
Tell him we're coming to save him.
Pay attention or play with the kids. One or the other.
Play with the kids.
How did you get out?
That's not really important.
I am Groot.
Jumping 1,000 feet to your death without a parachute is a clever way of getting out of a fix?
You're all just making up stuff that he's saying, right?
The important thing is we're all okay.
Rocket?
Yeah, he's here. And he's okay.
Rocket, we love you very much and we're happy you're alive.
Well, that makes you the idiot, Sid.
He's right about that. Back in your cages!
And that was my favorite moment. Mantis even says, "Rocket, we love you. Just know that we love you." And I just, it was such a, out of place thing that they usually don't show to that effect of, yeah, like, okay, somebody gets hurt and then we're fighting for them and then they're okay and then the movie goes on. But the whole movie just pauses right there. Everything just stops that they're doing. Where they are doesn't matter, in different places as they're talking over that radio, and just the silence and the reaction like, oh my God, Rocket's okay. So that was
Especially, they've established in the first two movies that Rocket pushes people away.
Yes.
That he doesn't want to have these connections, and that in spite of himself. Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyways.
We did it.
Yeah. Pretty great.
I love thinking about this all year, getting these movies in order and just lay it all out there. Just blah.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The Poobah Awards for the films of 2023. Now you're ready for the Oscars. Now you're ready for all the fun awards season stuff.
Man,
and
you thought the Oscars
I hope you made a list. Add to your list of movies you want to see. Scratch some off that you're like,
told them at the beginning. We should have told them at the beginning to write this down. Go back and listen again. Write down the ones you want to see.
I believe we brought her in under last year's 4-hour runtime, as long as Cliff doesn't put too many audio clips in.
It's going to be close.
You got to put in the alien song.
Jesse Starcher is going to have this thing on 10 times speed.
Yeah. Jesse, we'll know if he listened to it, if he can quote this at the most overhyped movie award. We're calling the Jeffy.
All right, there you have it. We love movies. We hope you do too. We'll be back at it more later. That wasn't a very good ending. What that? 4 hours for that?
We're tired. It's time to go to bed.
Movies. We'll see you in the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby, everybody. All right, that's it. Good night. My name is Jordan Lowe.
Cliff Barnes.
I'm Seth. Bye forever.
The sparkling drinks are just dandy, the chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Ka-Pow, the pop cultured podcast, is intended for entertainment and information purposes only. Sounds, music, and clips played during the podcast are property of copyright holders. All original content is property of www.udownwithkpp.com. If you enjoyed this podcast, please subscribe and leave a comment. Ka-Pow, the pop cultured podcast, can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Podbean, Spotify, and wherever podcasts can be found. You can connect with us through social media on Facebook, YouTube, at the Ka-Pow Podcast on Twitter, or email the show, Ka-Pow, the Pop Cultured Podcast, at gmail.com. If you really want to go the extra mile, join our Patreon at patreon.com/YouDownWithKPP for special content and access to Patreon-only benefits. We are grateful for anyone who chooses to contribute, but please know that most of our content will remain free. So please continue to like, comment, and share.